Chimeir is a planet far from our own, where its native life, magic, takes Earth organisms and copies them in Chimeir, where they continue to evolve into new species. As the asteroid that ended the reign of dinosaurs on Earth never struck Chimeir, dinosaurs continue to be the dominant large animals in most regions, though recent harvests have made mammals quite successful and common around the portal. The Saga of Tenir'ha and Buu is a fantasy documentary following the life of two young theropod dinosaurs. Our heroes are Zentaur, a fictional species of megaraptoran theropod, and the apex predators of the forests in Chimeir. In December, I shared all 5 chapters of this saga. If you've seen those, this video won't show you anything new, it is merely a compilation of those chapters. If you're new to this project, the Saga of Tenera and Buu is a good introduction to the ecology and major players in this realm. If you enjoy this, you may also like the Ballad of Ka'Hai, a similar but shorter story following the life of Zentaur's prairie counterpart, the uktan. Humans are present in Chimeir, but their stories are the focus of my anthologies, Tales of Chimeir and Songs of the Inland Sea, along with others in the works. This series instead follows animal protagonists. Though of course every individual is going to have our exceptional moments and experiences, I strive to present this series as the lives of average animals so you can see how most of these creatures of a given species live their lives in Chimeir. I think that's enough of a prelude. I hope you enjoy the story of Tenera and Buu and their coming of age in Chimeir. A tiny creature scrambles atop the stump of a fallen conifer. Warm morning light shines upon him through a fracture in the canopy above. A distant rumble echoes through the trees as a nearby giant forages. The little creature ignores this infrasound. At first glance, one could be forgiven for assuming it was a chipmunk or some related squirrel. However, spurs on its hind feet make it clear this is another creature entirely. This is a striped, warbling spur mouse, a passerthere, a type of multituberculate common here in the forests of central Arvel. As it stands and begins a haunting melody, their name, meaning songbird beast, is evident. This song is meant to draw attention of potential mates and warn off competitors. The ballad echoes down the holler, this valley between hills, hopefully carried far in all directions. Not long into his serenade, the little mammal gains an audience, though it's not the one he had hoped to attract. The crinkle of debris on the forest floor is his only warning. Two figures erupt from the cover of nearby ferns. The spur mouse launches off his stump. A stretch of skin between elbow and knee lets him glide over a meter before he lands, and must then sprint toward the nearest tree. His burrow is too far away, but at least the trees will offer momentary rest. One of his pursuers makes a wide arc and cuts him off from the nearest trunk. He changes course with a flick of his tail. The other pursuer snaps forward, but the Passerthere's superior agility helps evade the strike. Though he dashes through the cover of ferns, he does not stop. Despite his greater agility, his pursuers are faster. He darts back and forth, trying to lose them, but the predators have their eyes locked on target. A creek winds to the left, forcing him to alter course. A deep rumbling echoes ahead. In his rush to evade his pursuers, the Passerthere continues on. He's enveloped by shadow. He races through several tree trunks, though the scent around him is anything but conifer, rank and reptilian. One of the tree trunks flexes its roots and lifts. The Titanosaur's hind foot plants directly in the tiny Passerthere's way, 3 long claws folding to the side as it shifts tons of mass forward. The mammal skitters right, leaping over the crescent-shaped footprint as the sauropod's front foot continues its stride. Indifferent to this giant, the pursuers continue, darting between the horned feet after their mammalian prey. The Titan ignores them in turn. His own priority is 8 meters above the chase as he prunes the surrounding trees. This gauntlet was to the Passerthere's advantage. His agility meant he barely broke stride. His assailants, however, had to evade with greater care. Just as the Passerthere's den is in sight, another shadow covers him. The foot of one of his pursuers lands where he was a half-second before. In leaping aside to evade, he is captured in narrow jaws just before he makes land. What follows is quite grim. The second marauder grabs hold of the Passerthere's hindquarters. As he screams, the 2 predators jerk hard and twist in opposite directions. Hand claws strike in an effort to gain advantage. After several back and forth turns, the little mammal snaps in half, and each killer gobbles down their portion in a rapid flourish of snaps and pecks. Nearby, a spectator observes this horrid meal. It is the sauropod they passed under, making his way through the holler. His kind are called keratoderms. He has been in the region for several years now. This holler is the territory of a formidable killer, so he must be careful. Though his 17-ton bulk and horn-covered skin affords impressive defenses, he is still a decade from being considered immune to predation. He avoids areas with particularly strong sense of the resident apex predator, but this hollow has an abundant and highly nutritious food that the smaller herbivores in this territory have not been able to monopolize. The Turchak cedar. Despite the common tongue, these trees are related to the monkey puzzle tree. Their cones are padded with an alluring and nutritious red fruit this time of year. It is a highly abundant conifer, thanks to a unique bond with titans. While plenty of birds and pterosaurs pick Churchak nuts from the cones, and masting herbivores on the ground also aid in their spread, the ideal for these trees seems to be for a titan to consume the entire cone. The fruit-like casing is its own reward, though there's plenty of nutrients in the seeds themselves, many of which are broken down and digested. However, a tough wax protects the nuts from much of this digestion. For those who survive 2 weeks in the gut of a titan, they are rewarded with a freshly disturbed path and a pile of fertilizer to kickstart their growth, which, under the right conditions, is much faster than their relatives we have here on Earth. To afford further advantage, Turchak impart upon the dung of their gardeners a secret weapon: toxins. Allelopathic chemicals permeate the gut of titans thanks to the protective wax of the seeds. This toxin doesn't hinder all plants, but in addition to altering the chemical composition of the soil, it makes the ground of these gardens quite acidic. The trees and seeds themselves also seep chemicals into the soil, but Titan guts are an efficient means of spreading both seed and reducing competition so that the trees have an easier time filling space. While many related trees can take decades to grow, turchak that grow in Titan gardens often do so a meter or two each year. Working with these chemicals they produce is a tremendous advantage to the ferns, horsetails, and several other conifers common in Titan gardens. Plenty of other more recent plants like currants, blueberries, rhododendron, beech, maple, and birch trees have adapted to the conditions of these Titan gardens. The plant is far from having a monopoly, but their bond with Titans does help both tree and gardener. This partnership has dominated the forests of Chimeir for over 10 million years. The apex predators may look like a defining species in the environment, but it is this relationship between Titan and conifer which ultimately sets the stage for these kings to grow and reign. The Titan pauses his feast to assess the little theropods. The predators he observes were born 6 months ago. While he has added 800 kilograms in that time, they're just over a meter long and only weigh 12 kilos. While they don't look like much now, they will one day become Chimeir's largest terrestrial carnivore. Saccharocestus carnifex, the hook-handed butcher. It has many names in many Chimeran languages, but in Amanetran or the common tongue, it is called the Zentaur. When it was first described to assembly naturalists in the early 1700s, the Zentaur was dismissed as a mythical creature. An enormous reptilian bird, said to stand 4 meters at the hips, carrying claws over half a meter long, and could swallow a man whole without difficulty. Able to disappear into a forest and overpower even the mightiest keratoderm. An average adult was an order of magnitude larger than the biggest polar bears. A predator of such staggering enormity had no precedent on Earth. It must be a fabrication or exaggeration. Many assumed it was merely an allegory to represent the unknown terror of monsters in this magical world. When it was discussed in assembly literature, it was often called the agnotorn, the incomprehensible or unknowable giant bird. However, once they were permitted entry to the menagerie at Balundakoi and were afforded audience with the captive specimens there, doubt was cast aside. Many field researchers also encountered Zentaur in the following decades, and when Megalosaurus was described in the early 1800s here on Earth, it became increasingly evident that Earth was also once home to such formidable monsters. Indeed, the Zentaur was called Megalosaurus for much of its early history, then several other genera and species, though in modern times the earliest formal scientific name, Saccharocestus carnifex, is the favored genus and species throughout their vast range. They are not megalosaurs or carnosaurs, instead belonging to the megaraptorans, a somewhat mysterious clade of theropods we're still in the early stages of understanding from their fossil record on Earth. Though Zentaur are quite intelligent, and there may be an argument for a name within the territorial calls of mature adults, these little chicks have no such concept for themselves. However, for the purpose of this story, we will assign names in the local Arvelith language. The young male is Baru, the masculine form of sunflower, for his unusually bright gold patches and the abundance of this flower around their home. The female is Tenera, which means river dancer, for her frequent play in the creeks running not far from the nest. Tenera is brazen, yet a bit clumsy. She charged the passerthier and tried to leap upon it, both giving it a head start and missing in the final leap. Baru is more cautious, but he was the one to catch their meal. This has become typical of their marauding. Baru rarely attacks until his more aggressive sister has taken initiative, but his success is often greater. The titan watching them is Sha Kenaru. Like Buu, he is also cautious. However, he has survived the most dangerous years of a young titan's life. While it's true that coming dry season will mean there's not only less food to help him grow and less cover to hide in, he is now large enough that only an adult Zentaur could possibly pose a threat. A trio of pheasants meander into view among many smaller creatures drawn to the messy foraging of the keratoderm. The birds quickly take flight as the two young Zentaur give chase. Sha Kenaru continues foraging. In his wake is a smorgasbord of uprooted saplings, crushed logs, churned dirt, and fallen seeds. This means there is a cohort of smaller creatures, often close behind. A dozen or so 6-month-old titans are regular members of his entourage for the past few months. Their armor is much more substantial than his, though at 500 kilos they are now large enough that most predators are too small to pose a threat. They march along with a troop of elasmarians and thescelosaurs who also enjoy the abundance of food scattered, trampled, or dropped by the large sauropod ahead. These little titans have remained in this valley and its tributary hollers their whole lives. Soon they will be forced to wander further in search of enough food, and that will bring unexpected dangers. They don't know this, however. As far as their simple little minds are concerned, the theropods have departed, and they can get back to gorging themselves on whatever fruit was felled or crushed by the work of their giant kin. The little theropods dash through the ferns, then tumble over one another in play. A deep rumbling in the distance makes them pause. Both stand tall, flex their ear feathers toward the noise in anticipation. After a second rumble, they rush toward the sound. Back toward the creek and a kilometer upstream, running through ferns and sunflowers, the little predators come upon another giant. Briha, mother of our two chicks. She stands with the body of a thescelosaur at her feet. Between calls, her throat contracts, using rough plates in her crops to tenderize and process meat so she can provide her young with an easy meal. 3 other young Zentaur gather around her feet, all the same age as Buu and Tenir'ha. This was her 4th clutch of eggs laid since claiming this territory, and so far, the most successful. Of the 8 eggs she laid this time last year, 5 have survived their first wet season. Quite good odds. With a distinct grunt, Briha begins to regurgitate some of the tail meat from her crop onto the ground a few paces from the carcass. Buu and Tenera dash to meet their 3 siblings before her, and immediately begin a squabble over the meat she deposits in their midst. Though they all have begun hunting on their own, most of their meals still come from their mother. A tall silhouette lingers on the fringes of the clearing. Sharaxa. This young Zentaur weighs just over 140 kilos. She's 3.5 years old, and the sole survivor of Briha's first successful clutch. None of the last 3 years' chicks have survived their respective dry seasons. The clutch after Syrax has hatched was mostly washed out by a flood, and many of the following 2 years were lost to nest raiders before they even hatched. Sharaxa has in her jaws the body of a northern fisher. It is a large mustelid which often lives near creeks and can be a formidable nest raider. She doesn't feel a particular sense of significance, but with this kill, Sharaxa has more than earned her keep. This particular fisher, a large male at 9 kilos, has personally slain 11 of Briha's young over the time that she's been in this holler, 2 of which were Buu and Tenira's clutchmates. There are other fishers, foxes, and monitor lizards in the holler, But with his passing, Briha's territory has just become a whole lot safer for her young. Unlike uktan of the Hausi prairie, Zentaur are generally solitary animals. Briha did not have a mate to share in the responsibilities of parenthood. She must hunt, defend both nest and territory, and build up a sufficient surplus over the wet season that she can lay eggs. Her eldest child, Shiraxa, doesn't enjoy any prepared meals like uktan offspring do. However, Shiraxa is often permitted to scavenge off of Briha's kills, as she has no doubt hoped to do so this morning. Hunting nest raiders gives Shiraxa sustenance, but it's not always enough, and meat is much more appealing than bones and fur. Having elder children in the area means that a mother can afford to spend more time hunting and patrolling, since Shiraxa depletes the local nest raider population, and the mother's presence keeps away the firebacks, lions, and other threats to Shiraxa. While the first few clutches are often in the greatest danger, once a mother has a few survivors, the chances of these young making it through their most dangerous years rapidly increases. After ensuring the chicks have had their fill, Briha turns her attention to the Dinosaur at her feet. Normally she would leave something for Shiraxa, but this morning her meal is quite thorough. First she takes the legs, swallowing them whole, then stripping the remaining sides of the tail and meat of the back. She twists off the head, then removes and swallows the neck. Last she takes the organs. Very little remains once she's finished. She takes up the carcass and places it several paces away. Shiraxa picks at it, but at this point she likely will get more from the fisher. Briha takes a nap to digest. Once afternoon comes, she wanders from the clearing. The chicks remain by the nest. Once a bit further down the holler, at its mouth where it meets the river valley, Briha emits a series of low, thunderous bellows. Her territory through this valley is not especially bountiful, but it is easily defended. While she patrols and marks along the mountains of either side, much of her defense is here at the mouth of the holler, where her creek meets the river. The river and surrounding valleys carry her call downstream toward the lowlands, where she hopes that other female Zentaur will heal her volume as a mark of her health and strength. And to males, it signals that she is ready to mate. As she calls out, an unnaturally uniform shadow creeps over from the west. It is a great floral disc planted atop the crags of the western mouth of her holler. Several pillars of braided bamboo grow down into the bedrock from the edges of this disc. Many regions are overtaken by mold and moss, such that only a few staves of the original bamboo structure are visible. In many sections, it is decayed, rotten, or eroded away entirely. Pterosaurs, birds, and woodland critters have filled out many of the nooks and crannies, their scent reclaiming it as much as the coating of fungi and plants. All around this structure, bamboo grows wild and free of the order the stems connecting its metallic frames seem bound to. The disc has slanted downhill as erosion has robbed it of a stable foundation thousands of years prior. However, as long as the sun shines, it seems this skeleton will persist. Briha examined what she could of this structure when she first arrived. It smelled like nothing she had encountered before. 2 species of bamboo are found in this area, albeit quite rare, but this frame and its little garden belong to neither. It was a mystery far beyond her comprehension, and one she quickly got used to. Now, this mysterious structure is of no consequence. It has faded into the background. Her attention is on her mating calls. She does this several times over the subsequent days. Indeed, much of her time is spent at the mouth of this valley. While she brings an occasional meal to her young, they must increasingly fend for themselves. On the third day, a subadult male approaches, but she sees him off before he can even offer inspection, much less initiate a dance. At 9 meters and 3 tons, he's not in any position to bring enough food to be worth her investment. She's 11 meters and 5 tons. Not imposing, but female Zentaur tend to favor males that are larger than them, so subadults like this tend to have a lot of growing to do before he'll be ready for mating. It hasn't rained in 3 weeks. If this is indeed the herald of the dry season, it's early this year. Larger game is getting scarce. She can smell traces of a herd of olifant in the main valley, but these traces may be old. It could be that she will have to start hunting in the lowlands, but that's a 2 to 3 day march outside of her territory, and lowlands belong to larger, more dominant Zentaur. She would much rather subsist on smaller local game, or go higher up into the valleys and hunt Barafont and large Casctar Thescelosaurs there that she can smell up in the valley, then follow Olifant down to the lowlands. For the time being, she hunts what local game she can and maintains her song. Finally, on the 9th day of mating calls, an adult male replies to her song. This is Votru. He is in his prime, with a tall crown. His undercarriage is flush white for the mating season. Fat pads along his lower jaw and the base of his tail is wide as the trunk to demonstrate his own virility. At 12 meters in length and just over 7 tons, he's reached competitive dimensions, but can't rely upon size alone. He's been wandering for several weeks now through these valleys seeking mates. So far, he hasn't held a partner. Though they often remain nearby until hatching, periodically bringing food to those over 5 to 6 months, the primary contribution of a male is between mating and laying. For a very healthy female in her prime, eggs will be laid in 5 to 10 days. Females not in their prime can take 3 to 4 weeks to lay their full clutch after mating, thereby being a much greater investment, and could restrict a male to only 1 mate for the season. Because of this, males have to be selective, favoring healthy females with good territory, and especially with other territories nearby that the male might also mate with, thereby enabling him to aid in provision for multiple mates. Females are also choosy, as they want a male who will provide ample food during their gravid days, even better if he's willing to stick around until hatching. This male was just chased off from a potential mate of 3 days by a larger bull down in the lowlands. The scars he took in the confrontation were minimal, as Zentaur tend to favor display over confrontation, but they are a sign of his loss all the same. Brija is a bit young and her territory isn't especially productive or impressive, but she's in good health all things considered. His initial assessment seems positive. His strides are even and his breath steady, and she also looks interested and happy with her first impression. As they circle, Votru initiates with a dance. He bends forward, spreading wide his robust arms. Brija inspects him thoroughly. The flex of his tail muscles through ample fat reserves. How far back he can flex his third fingers. The ripple of his feathers to show their grooming. His balance in this canted position is flawless. He then rears up tall. Zentaur can see a broader spectrum of color than we can, so what we might see as a white belly, ear ruff, and inseam of his arms are to her a vibrant chorus of ultraviolet. Votru dazzles with a dance, yawning wide to demonstrate his jaw strength, and embracing the air so she can appreciate the muscularity of his chest, arms and clawed hands. While these arms are massive as hunting implements, they are further enhanced as a sexual display. Once he has performed a full routine and let her encircle him for inspection, it is now Briha's turn. Her undercarriage is not flushed white, and her horns don't form a tall pronged crown. Female Zentaur don't have as much of an impressive display, but she rises up all the same. Though injury sustained during a hunt several years past means that she lacks full flexation of her left hand, she's still able to spread her arms in display. She has her own scars from encounters, but these may well be to her benefit. Males occasionally fight for the mating season over healthy females in good territory, so the bulls can maximize their mating potential, but females must fight year-round to defend their territories. She has scars on her face and chest, but this is a consequence of holding this holler. A female under 6 huns holding a territory is a testament to her ferocity. If she didn't have scars, the territory likely wouldn't be worth fighting for. Once both are satisfied, their courtship continues. She does not bring her mate near her young. Infanticide is not common in Zentaur, but as a means of clearing her now split focus so it would mean just her bulking up to raise his young, it has occurred. Briha remembers a male killing her siblings under similar circumstances, so is perhaps more wary than most. In the following days, Vautru hunts while Briha prepares a nest. Though she catches some prey herself, being gravid means she's not in peak condition. She periodically feeds Tenera, Buu, and the rest, but for the most part, her attention is on the nest. Vautru brings a range of game. His preference is for the large thescelosaurs like Casctar, which are more abundant out of the valleys along the river than here in the holler. He also takes a young Barafont. Common drakes are more abundant within the valley, which are Briha's favored game. While Zentaur can hunt a wide range of prey, making them highly versatile species, individuals often develop strong preferences. High degrees of success when seeking this game, but it can lead to vulnerabilities when favored game moves on. The herds of Casctar have become scarce, retreating higher up into the valleys. Normally, they are only used to one predator of this scale hunting them, but now there are 2 Zentaur. Briha's metabolism is working overtime with increasing demands. The local Casctar move upriver in response, meaning Vautru has to travel further to find his favored meals. If he wanders too far, he may lose her to another bull, so instead decides to hunt what is more regionally abundant back toward the valley. Buu and Tenera have taken to following this stranger on his hunts. They keep a distance. He doesn't smell aggressive even once he notices them, but they're still wary. These years are very important for young Zentaur. Even if most of their caloric needs are met by their mother or by catching very small game, observation is a potent teacher. These are very intelligent animals, and watching Vautru hunt is teaching them about taking down different game than their mother often attempts. For example, she has never approached the Barafont herds. The only time she will eat them is in scavenging. Yes, their calves are a satisfying meal, but at up to 6 tons and armed with formidable tusks, bulls can be quite a challenge. Cows will rally behind their bulls in defense of threatened calves. Vautru knows that an attack must be swift, fully invested, and with prompt retreat. Though they mount a defense, eventually they will leave behind an injured member, so patience will prevail. He fails twice, but on his 3rd attempt he manages to injure an adolescent cow. After their defense, the herd departs, and Vautru enjoys a hard-earned meal of its organs before bringing the disemboweled carcass back to Briha. Buu and Tenera, of course, didn't participate, but if they survive, This information may prove useful in a decade later once they are also large enough to engage in such a hunt. On their 11th day bonded, Vautru comes back with a 7-month keratoderm. This is not much of a meal, being more horn hide than meat, but it is enough that Briha begins to lay her eggs. 2 eggs are laid that night. On the next day, Vautru is unsuccessful in catching prey and she doesn't lay more. She is still gravid, so on their 13th day bonded, Vautru departs with urgent purpose. Tenera and Buu follow him, having to sprint to keep pace with his much longer strides. Vautru wanders down Briha's holler toward the river. For a time he patrols the riverbank. A few caiman along the shore scurry to the safety of the water. At 50 kilos they would not make much of a meal, but it would be something. It is a moot point as they are quickly beyond reach. Wind flowing with the river brings Vautru a scent. A scent he usually avoids, but growing desperation sees him turn upriver. Tenera and Buu follow, not sure what his plan is, but eager to see. They smell so many things. Lots of little birds and small mammals they might want to hunt, but they don't detect any obvious game that their mother's mate might travel. They don't smell Barafont or Olifant, which have all gone down to the lowlands, or the Kasktar now far upriver. Not knowing only stokes their curiosity. Vautru continues along the riverbank, sticking to the trees, his head low and ear feathers flexed. After half an hour stalking upwind, our little megaraptorans finally see what Vautru is hunting. The deep rumbling of a titan greets the young predators just before they see him. It is Shah Kenaru, the same male keratoderm they darted below on their chase almost a month prior. Like Zentaur, this is the breeding season of titans. Also like Zentaur, keratoderms keep growing long after they've reached adulthood. This young bull has just reached maturity at 17 years of age, but at only 17 tons of bulk, he stands no chance of mating. Keratoderm bulls establish themselves at favored nesting sites and violently defend them. Bull keratoderm usually slow their growth around 40 years of age and 40 tons, which is when they can reliably defend a nest site, though the oldest and largest bulls can double this mass. Clearly, this bull is a long way off. He might mate with a few subordinate cows nesting far from the main colonies, but this will be a rare opportunity, not something he can reliably invest in. Instead of wasting a lot of effort trying to find such opportunities, he instead devotes his time to growing so he might one day contend for one of these far more coveted nesting colonies, where upwards of 100 cows will mate with him if he can defend his title. To grow a ton or more each year, he must feed almost all the time. Horsetails now form a foundation of his massive gut. Snowy horsetails are the most abundant species here. These protein-rich plants get increasing returns for long fermentation, perfect for the 10 to 15 days it takes for him to digest. Therefore, snowy horsetails, which grow in high profusion along these riverbanks, are a perfect base. However, he's not a specialist. He'll also take ferns, bamboo shoots, leaves, cycads, and sunflowers that grow underfoot. He quite enjoys the turchak cedars and the holler, but this variety in his diet allows all flora a chance to recover. As the young titan gorges himself, Vautru proceeds. At 9 tons, Vautru is just over half the size of this keratoderm. Though Shah Kenaru's armor is largely adapted to defend against other titans, the spikes at his hips and flange club tail make a rear assault daunting. However, Vautru has hunted titans this size before. He knows the usual strategy of an embrace to rend the belly or tearing at the thighs won't do much good. He needs to go for the neck. If he fails in this initial assault, he will retreat. It's too dangerous to risk getting in a brawl. Normally, he might wait and watch a while, assessing if there are weaknesses to exploit. A keratoderm hunt often lasts for days. However, his mate is close to laying their next eggs. He needs a good offering now. Besides, a chance to attack a titan that isn't aware of his presence is too appealing a prospect to let pass. He's downwind and still undetected. In spite of experience telling him to wait, instinct drives Vautru to seize the opportunity. He advances low, crouching as he passes through the trees. The wide gaze of Shakunaru affords him an early warning, but he doesn't react fast enough. By the time he flexes his left leg back to swing a cudgeled tail, the theropod has closed the distance. The tail strike still shoves the Zentaur to the side, but Vautru keeps his footing. For all their size, Zentaur are incredibly lightly built and disturbingly agile. With 2 strides, he lunges ahead. His jaws meet their target, and his long fangs hook deep through the thick, elastic hide of Shakunaru's throat. As he pulls away, Vautru's hold is secure. In the scramble, Shakunaru steps forward, inadvertently blocking the forward strike of Vautru's clawed hands. Undaunted, the theropod presses his attack, jerking the keratoderm closer for another grasp. Vautru's claws slash as the titan steps back. They haven't pierced, as was the intention, but it is still a formidable, if shallow, wound. Shakunaru steps to the right, resisting Vautru's own efforts to pull left and down for a better position of his next strike. He swings his neck right, nearly striking the wall of the canyon in his imbalance. With a deep hiss, Shakunaru kicks forward, catching the theropod's leg in the long claws of his foot. His claws rake through Vautru's thigh. Unlike the surface wound he just sustained, Shakunaru's claws sink deep. Vautru tries to shift forward, but the angle of the sauropod's claws means he only drives them in deeper. The Zentaur's jaws remain locked on Shakunaru's throat, but he no longer has control of the grapple. Finally, the theropod releases his jaws and tries to disengage. Shakunaru's claws retract, but he stumbles and bumps into Vautru, who managed to roll onto his side as he's already crouched. Shakunaru bellows, trying to back up and rotate so his tail faces his attacker. Perhaps by reflex or fear of the titan getting distance and charging before the megaraptoran can right himself, Vautru lunges forward, again biting the base of the keratoderm's neck. This time, as he pulls closer, his hand claw strikes forward. They pierce the sauropod's thick neck hide, though they are stopped by the massive breastbone he uses to shove down trees. With a roar, Shakunaru turns and swings a massive forearm against the Zentaur's side. His own thumb claw pierces deep. Vautru's left hand thrusts, this time penetrating the base of Shakunaru's neck. The megaraptoran pulls his prey down, then bites higher up and secures both fangs into the thick muscles running along the sides of his neck. The titan steps forward, forced to withdraw his thumb claw. With his weight now forward, Shakunaru begins to tip. His hind legs strike forward, digging a long series of wounds into Vautru's side. He manages to raise his hips, kicking and stomping down again and again. Through it all, Vautru refuses to let go, lashing up with kicks of his own. Finally, as his weight is canted ever forward by the massive predator grappling his neck, Shakunaru steps both hind feet onto Vautru's hips. Several dull cracks echo through the river toward our young theropods. They watch as their mother's new mate is ground into the pebbled beach. Through mangled limb and broken chest, he keeps his bite and claw firm in the neck of his enormous foe. Finally, After several agonizing minutes of turning, stomping, and shifting, Shakinaru manages to withdraw Votru's claws from his neck. Freeing himself from the bite of the theropod takes yet more time, but he manages to drag both of them into the river. He's able to raise enough that he dislodges the predator's jaws. Head low and bleeding into the river, Shakinaru staggers away. Exhausted, he slumps into a more shallow section of the river, unable to muster the strength required to reach shore. Votru's body floats downriver. Our chicks watch him twitch, though it is unclear if this is just a spasm of death or if he has survived this tremendous ordeal. If so, his head repeatedly submerged means he will perish one way or the other. They abandon Shakinaru and follow the body of their mother's mate downstream. By dusk, his body slows and is caught in a bend in a river not far from their mother's holler. Briha comes forth to investigate. Though she notes her chicks, her attention is on the body of her mate, broken and bent, wedged against the rotation of the river. Though he failed to kill for her, his death yet ensures their offspring will be nourished. Briha advances into the river, scattering off the gathered pterosaurs, vultures, and crocodiles, and begins a horrid feast of her own. Over the subsequent 2 days, Briha fills out her nest with a total of 8 eggs. The following days, she is very attentive of them, cycling through insulation and rotation. Tenera and Buu remain close, but Briha feeds them less and less, as she herself is almost exclusively scavenging Votru's corpse. The chicks fend for themselves. The mother's presence still keeps away a lot of potential threats, but Votru's carcass has drawn in several large crocodiles to make the mouth of her holler more dangerous, and worst of all, a bachelor troop of several common cockatrices. Outnumbered as she is, Sharaxa remains closer to her mother than usual. This is all to the benefit of the nestlings and eggs, as nest raiders keep far away, but Briha is increasingly wary of wandering far to hunt. Even one cockatrice could easily wipe out her family, and the troop would no doubt indulge in a surplus kill. This is why it helps to have a male around for these months. Zentaur bulls may not be as active in parenting as uktan, but just by being in the area, they keep threats scarce by contributing to a landscape of fear permeating the territory. Bringing food now and then certainly helps. However, Briha is on her own. On the 4th morning after Votru's death, Sharaxa chases a Hegetothere along the creek. Tenera and Buu are close behind her. The tiny ungulate is infuriatingly agile, thrice evading Sharaxa in her pursuit. The chase brings them to the mouth of the holler. Sharaxa stalls at the edge of the forest, letting the hair-like Noto ungulate continue on toward the river. Though she cannot see them, she smells cockatrice. They are upwind and upriver, likely at Votru's corpse. Sharaxa remembers losing 2 brothers to cockatrice the previous year. These 100-kilo theropods are no match for a 5-ton Zentaur, but Buu and Tenera would make easy kills, and even Sharaxa would only be a fair match for one. She keeps low, scanning the horizon for signs of the cockatrice. Her little siblings show no such caution. They sprint out after the Hegetothere. At 20 kilos, it's too large for them to take down, but not so large that it can reliably fend them off, so continues to flee. Sharaxa jogs after them for a few paces, but she's more focused on their surroundings than the Hegetothere. Along with the cockatrice and all the familiar game scents, she also smells Shakinaru far upriver. There is another scent in the air, one of her own kind, a Zentaur. Though the cockatrice still takes her attention, Sharaxa looks about to find the stranger. The scent seems to come downriver, so she's only getting traces. However, before she can hone in on the source, movement draws her focus back to her little siblings. A subadult cockatrice has leaped upon the fallen log. This is Dekosu. At 70 kilos, he's certainly not the largest member of his cohort, but still large enough to be a threat. Though she advances toward him, hissing loud and half again as large, the cockatrice doesn't back down. Instead, he looms tall, flexing dark red feathers and glaring down. Tenera and Buu circle around, retreating to their elder sister for security. Shiraxa ruffles her feathers, trying to match his increase in size. Having witnessed firsthand how lethal cockatrice can be, with piercing claws and serrated teeth, powered by tremendous strength and staggering reflexes, she wants nothing to do with him. Though she matches his hissing and widespread arms, she steps back in a slow retreat. Unfortunately, this only seems to goad him on. Dakosu hops down from his perch. His every motion is deliberate, efficient. Shiraxa remembers these are social hunters. She can smell the other members of his troop upriver, but so far, none have come to his aid. Tenera and Buu keep close, hissing and ruffling feathers to match their sister's intimidation. In a flash, the two predators collide. Shiraxa is taller and far larger, but the cockatrice is more powerful and better armed. She kicks him amidst bites. To employ her formidable hand claws to best effect, she really needs to bite and grapple. That level of dedication doesn't seem to be her aim. She's just trying to drive him off. Fortunately, his kicks at most are shallow jabs with his talon. He's also got to bite if he's to efficiently stab with his own killing claw, and he's similarly in this fight for the sake of intimidation. She's not the one he wants. He's more interested in her younger siblings. When they disengage, both have feathers in their jaws, but little blood was drawn. He did score a nasty wound on her shoulder with his killing claw, but it's not particularly deep, and her own kicks likely did more damage through bruising than she herself endured. He also has a long yet shallow cut along his snout from one of her hand claws. Her next hiss gets much better reception than anticipated. Dakasu turns and flees. Shiraxa is drawn to pursuit, but a sloshing behind her gives pause. Tenera and Buu cry out as they take in the newcomer. An enormous form cuts through the river. As it nears the pebbled shore, it begins to rise. Illuminated by the morning sun, the figure is of staggering dimensions. Despite looking quite distinct, it is clear by scent that she is one of their kind, a Zentaur. Though she smells the same, her appearance is not. While their mother's neck and back are covered in feathers, though more sparse than their own, this enormous stranger barely has any feathering. Even the ruff all other Zentaur they have encountered have is barely a dusting of white. Though one could be forgiven for assuming disease might be a factor, the simple truth is that where she's from, this is the norm. This is Heshekrata, the queen from the far north. Unlike the nomadic males, for the most part, female Zentaur remain near their motherland. Briha, for example, has made her territory only a few hundred miles from the valley in which she was born. However, sometimes female Zentaur wander far, either in search of food or better territory. Heshekrata has been wandering for a year now, experimenting with a wide range of southern delicacies, but the lowlands of this riverway have kept her interest for several months now. However, it was the scent of a wounded titan which has driven her up this valley. She looks down at the little megaraptorans. Heshekrata may be enormous, and while it may be hard to believe, she's not finished growing and has yet to lay her own first clutch. With a deep rumble, Heshekrata emerges from the river. Like their mother, she has not settled into the broad bulk of a fully grown Zentaur. Indeed, her torso and skull are actually rather compressed as a sign of adolescence, but her enormous frame shows that when she does come into her own, she will be among the largest of her kind. Most Zentaur do not exceed 10 tons, but as with all animals, some individuals are far beyond average. She's already 8 tons, but almost a meter taller at the hips compared to Vultru, who exceeded her mass. Once she comes into her own, she will certainly be among the largest Zentaur alive. Though the 3 young theropods are paralyzed before this newcomer, once she is close enough that her shadow encompasses them, Shiraxa turns and flees. The twins are right behind her. They are faster than their pursuer, but not by much. All 3 cry out as they retreat to the holler. By the time they reach cover, they barely dodge to the side as their mother erupts from the underbrush. While their mother is 5 tons to the newcomer's 8, she's actually 2 years older and more experienced in combat. As soon as she has passed her young, she comes to a halt and flexes her feathers to maximum effect, especially emphasizing the white ruff trailing along her ears to her chest. She snaps and stomps, shifting back and forth. This dance she now performs is not unlike her mating dance. It demonstrates her strength, agility, and health, though of course not to attract, and more to signal that she is of suitable fighting condition. Briha's opponent is much larger, but a bit ungainly, and balks at this display. Following a moment of consideration, Heshekrata steps back. After all, she marched up this valley to seek an easy meal. She can still smell the wounded titan, but it's not dead, or at least hasn't died in the main valley. The juveniles would be a fine consolation prize, but even they aren't worth the risk of injury. She could reliably defeat Briha by sheer advantage of mass, but at what cost? Briha is wise to remain at the mouth of her holler, so there's no chance of seeing her as a threat. Her dance is that of a warning, but she's clearly not looking for a fight, certainly not against an opponent nearly twice her size. With a low grunt, Heshekrata turns around. It seems this whole march up the valley was a waste. Oh well. There's still plenty of game in the lowlands. Briha watches as the giant lumbers off. A nomad of this size would be a formidable source of competition wherever she settles down. Hopefully in the lowlands, far from Briha. Our 3 young Zentaur circle around their mother. She leads them back into the holler. Two pairs of red eyeshine reflect from the shadows cast by a dense canopy. The silhouettes stick to the cover of the dense tree ferns. Rain drums all around, with added cover of their footsteps granted by the babbling of a nearby creek, made flush with the proceed of earlier storms. Insects and birds sing in the distance, but the immediate area is in hushed anticipation. A break in the canopy reveals the speckled bodies of two young theropods, Tenera and Buu. 3.5 years have passed since their introduction. Briha's holler has gotten crowded. Each year, a majority of her clutch has survived. There have been losses, but she now has 16 young, from 6-kilogram hatchlings to Shiraxa, who weighs 600 kilos and stands 2 meters tall at the hips. Our twins, Tenera and Buu, are the only survivors of their clutch still in the holler, but at 170 kilos, they are now well past their most dangerous years. Shiraxa has driven out the cockatrice that lived near the holler, who now live upstream, downstream, or on the other side of the river, making the older chicks safer. There's now little in their home that could pose a threat to Tenera and Buu. Our twins, in turn, have slain most of the surviving nest raiders like fishers, foxes, and monitors in the holler, so Briha's last 2 clutches have been particularly successful. In this way, while Zentaur are not as attentive parents as uktan, they still benefit from their young sticking in the general area. Briha hasn't fed our twins much in the past 2 years, but she sometimes lets them pick over a carcass. Briha keeps away threats to Shiraxa, who in turn protects the older chicks, and so forth. The reproductive strategy of Zentaur takes a long time to succeed, but once this machine is running, they can quickly dominate an area. Our chicks have graduated from tiny multituberculates, rodents, and songbirds. Even the pheasants and hegetrotheres are now only a fleeting snack. Their staple is the mossback grouse drake, a highly abundant resident of the valley and its hollers. Today, however, the young hunt trident deer. These cervids are migratory. In the late spring to early summer, they wander up the valley to the highlands to fill up on grass and give birth. Once the rainy season concludes in late autumn, they mate, then wander down to the lowlands and enjoy a feast, as a lot of their competition clears out to forage in the more abundant coastal forests. As the wet season has just begun, the deer are migrating up the valley, stopping in the hollers to feed. They smelled Briha in her holler, so have taken other routes. A neighboring holler, too narrow for the resident theropod, is a perfect opportunity. Our chicks waited for them to pass and now follow, so they don't have as much fear of their own scent revealing their location. These basic lessons in how to approach and tackle a wide range of prey will be instrumental to their instruction as they grow. Up ahead, our 2 hunters hone in on their quarry. This is a bachelor herd. This early in spring, they still have their velvet, but these three prongs atop their long staves that give this species their name is already evident. Though these young bucks will spar violently with one another in a few months, for now they are perfectly amenable to one another, reliant on their companions for keeping an eye on one another. These deer favor grass, but there's little of that to be found here, so most of their intake is in birch leaves, berries, and pine needles. They do struggle with the ferns and horsetails most abundant in the valley and its hollers, so their search is most active and takes more of their attention than whatever they came from, or in the highlands where they're now headed. This distraction works well in the favor of our young predators. Tenera and Buu have been hunting together for their whole lives. Zentaur are not social predators, and adults are solitary hunters, but it's not uncommon for young of the same clutch to cooperate in taking down game in these early years. They're now quite experienced hunters, having been self-sufficient for 3 years now, though it is not game or territory they are used to. This holler is quite uneven. In their mother's territory, there's a fairly level space between the inclines on either side. This more narrow area means there's not much of a confident path, not as many game trails. Plenty of mossy rocks slip from the rain between them and their prey. The feet of Zentaur are extremely sensitive. Each step allows them a sort of tremor sense, able to discern the quality of ground for a short distance. This is all well and good in level soil for sensing roots, burrows, or stones. It allows even adult Zentaur to pursue prey at surprising speed under the right conditions. However, these are not the right conditions. It doesn't really work on stone, and there's so many gaps and unwelcoming surfaces here that this ability is all but useless. They don't weigh enough that a tumble will likely break anything, but chances of them slipping or stepping into the nooks between stones is quite high. They still must be careful. Both advance on flat feet. This keeps them low and affords a bit of extra stability. Their best hope is to close the distance and attack from quite near. Deer can, of course, break an ankle just as easily, but trident deer have a fairly broad hooves and are more sure-footed in such conditions than some deer. Our theropods are at a disadvantage in this respect as well. They may have a slight advantage in mass and far better weapons, but neither of these benefits will matter if they cannot catch one of the young bucks. And so they continue, keeping to the cover of the tree ferns as much as possible. The deer continue their foraging. A wide section of stream up ahead corresponds with a substantial break in canopy, and this opens up room for a bit of meadow grass to stake its claim on the western shore. Early marches of trident deer have already chewed much of it back, but thankfully, this bluegrass recovers swiftly. This food draws in the young bucks, and there's more open space for our theropods to have an advantage. If there is hope to be of a reliable attack, this will be it. Grass is so ubiquitous on Earth, it's hard to imagine a world so impoverished. While there are plenty of regions in Chimeir with ample grass, and grasslands are found on every landmass, it's often comparatively rare. Some of that comes down to many gymnosperms like the Turchak cedar being more competitive than we're used to seeing. Also, Chimeir's floral ecosystem is quite stable. Grass only took its great success on Earth that we're familiar with in the Miocene following a dramatic climate shift. In Chimeir today, this warm and humid world boasts more than double our current CO2 levels. Forests are by far the dominant floral habitat, and what prairie space is available, grass face plenty of resident competition from ferns and horsetails they don't seem to encounter very much on Earth today. While there may be a much smaller percentage of grass in global flora, there's still so much foliage that grazers can make do even in these dense forests. As there are many Turchak cedars and titans in this more narrow holler, the soil is better for grass and there's more to be found, and this has drawn in the deer. The deer arrive at the patches of grass and crowd around. While still a fair distance off, Buu slinks low and crosses the stream to the western shore, then into the tree fern cover there. Tenera continues along the east, advancing closer toward their served prey. This glut has made a once peaceful group competitive, and the young bucks shove at one another to get to the most abundant sections. Once our theropods are in position, the twins attack. Though they don't directly communicate, it takes only a second for the twins to both lock in on the buck second most downstream. He may not be their nearest target, but he's been shoved aside and staggers a bit to regain his footing. Perhaps the twins assume he is somehow impaired. Whatever the reason, they ignore the larger buck closest to them and launch toward the same target. Tenera has to cover 5 meters of shallow stream. This rush makes the group scatter. Their young buck leaps to the right, trying to get out of the way of the larger buck behind him, but he's struck in the rump by the larger buck's chest and stumbles. He then has to rapidly pivot to evade Tenera's charge. He turns and tries to leap to the western bank, where more solid ground might afford easier speed, but before his hooves can even make contact, Baru's jaws clamp on the buck's shoulder hump. The theropod jerks back, preventing a smooth landing. Tenera grabs the base of its skull in her own jaws. As their prey struggles, Baru plants a foot on the buck's hip and forces him down. The combined weight more than doubles what the deer has at his own disposal, and he is pressed waist deep into the stream. He tries to kick and turn. There's still a lot of energy and strength in his resistance. However, it doesn't matter. The twins have him in a perfect position for a kill. Though their jaws are strong and teeth retain juvenile serrations, the bite is not their primary weapon, nor are the foot claws which Baru digs into the lower back of their prey. Jaws and feet are mostly used to catch and restrain. When Zentaur kill, it is preferred to do with the claws of their hands. Once their prey has worn himself out of the grapple, Tenera thrusts all 4 claws into the base of his throat. Baru does the same, piercing just ahead of either leg. His arms partially retract and thrust the claws in at a different angle, opening new wounds. Tenera, however, simply pulls in, letting a slight gap form where her prey bleeds into the creek. It is a painful death, but a quick one. Our twins might seem lucky or quite proficient, but this is their first success of the 5 deer hunts they have attempted in the past few days. Most deer are just wandering up the river, and the twins lost them each time. Though they have far superior endurance, there are many places for deer to lose their pursuers in the valley. This narrow holler makes them easier to track and ambush. Once he is dead, the twins rapidly begin to feed. Even though their teeth are serrated, they can't butcher as fast as the jerking bites of a cockatrice. Even so, they quickly open up the guts and jab into the rib cage to remove the favored organs. Heart, lung, and liver are all snatched up and swallowed whole. Next, they turn their attention to the hindquarters. Unfortunately, they don't get far into this process before they have company. Dakosu has arrived. In the 3.5 years since they met this cockatrice, he's almost doubled in size. Now he's not much lighter than our twins, and very large for his kind. He still has the cut along his snout that Shiraxa gave him, though he's now had a dozen more from the many scraps he's gotten into with other males of his own kind. He is now the dominant male of this bachelor troop. Soon he will likely join a female troop as one of their mates, but for now, he runs this show. The other 3 males with him are smaller, despite being a similar age, a consequence of him taking the choice portions. The quartet of cockatrice fan out. They all walk tall, with arms spread and feathers flexed. With each exhale, the sinus pad along their snout inflates slightly, taking on an increasingly vibrant yellow hue. Though the twins are larger, they're still somewhat ungainly youngsters. The 6 theropods have a standoff. Dakosu's allies are cautious. Though they have an advantage of numbers, size is not on their side, and a focused attack from either of the twins could easily kill any one of them. However, Dakosu presses on, confident that he can overwhelm them. He and his troop have bullied the twins away from several kills in the past few months. However, each day the twins get a little bigger and a little bolder. The first time it happened, they quickly fled. Now they stand their ground, perhaps driven by frustration at the constant harassment. Before any can come to blows, the odds rapidly swing toward one party with the rival of another theropod. Shiraxa charges into the creek, scattering all present. She grabs one of the smaller three cockatrices by the end of the tail. It manages to break free, leaving her only with a mouthful of feathers, but the four cockatrices all rapidly disperse. The twins also bolt in the excitement and confusion, but quickly return. By the time they do, Shiraxa has already begun to pick over their kill. She removes a leg with several bites to the base. She then swallows the leg whole. At 600 kilos, she is now so large that none of the other predators in the holler pose a threat. She is significantly larger than the whole troop of cockatrices combined. Her body is gearing up for a tremendous growth rush in the coming years, and she requires an enormous amount of meat. It has been several weeks since they last saw her, as her caloric demands have necessitated her wandering further up and down the valley. The twins, while marauding themselves through the valley as well, don't travel nearly as far. However, it has still been an informative year for them as exploring more and more of the valley since the holler is getting quite crowded. After the three young have had their fill, they return to the mouth of the holler. Their mother is nearby, also sleeping off a cask tar she took down this morning. Briha is now 6 tons. Her body is filled out, but she's around the same length as she was when we met her 3.5 years prior. Though it is not unheard of for some Zentaur to more than double her current mass, and 8 tons is common for dominant females in the lowlands. A benefit of this secluded, less productive territory is that there's not much competition, but it means that in her formative years, she didn't have the resources to grow as large as some of her lowland contemporaries. That said, she's still very successful and healthy. This holler allows her to live within her means, and the abundance of young is proof that she is thriving. Downriver, halfway toward the lowlands, another Zentaur has set up residence. It is a young bull. He has been Briha's mate for the past 2 years. He also mates with 2 other female Zentaur in hollers of their own, but Briha is quite far the furthest up this valley. Her mate periodically visits, sometimes bringing food he caught down in the valley, but he's not a regular presence. The twins don't get too close, though, like Votru, they will follow and watch him hunt. Over the next month, the twins get quite good at hunting deer. They don't know it, but this river winds around to the dry side of a small mountain range around 100 miles to the south. This is a grassy haven the deer seek. The river not only carries this alluring scent, it offers convenient passage. Thousands of deer make their way up this one river. However, eventually, even the stragglers have marched on. There's still plenty of resident prey species that the twins hunt, but they are growing restless. Their hunts take them further and further from Briha's holler. Sometimes they are gone for days at a time before they come back. They remain on the southern shore, though. They are now strong enough to cross the river during the dry season, but when the waters are flush with both rainwater and runoff from the snowcaps of distant mountains warming in the late spring, they could easily get swept away. One morning, after bringing down a subadult Elismarian, the twins catch a familiar scent. They fall back to the thicket. It is Shah Kenaru. These past 3.5 years have been kind to him. Though he yet bears proud scars from his near-fatal encounter with Votru, the Titan has an even stride. He has gained 4 tons. 21 tons is still far from competitive size to dominate nest sites, but he is well on his way. His favorite Turchak seeds aren't yet ready for harvest, but there's plenty of horsetails along the river to focus on. He ignores the twins, though does pause to inspect the Ellesmerian carcass. Titans are fairly strict herbivores. However, it should come as no surprise that something so armored might dabble in a bit of calcium supplementation here and there. Despite this urge, there's nothing convenient for him to take, so Shakanaru carries on, mowing through the horsetails along the riverbank. He's not interested in the grasslands upland the deer follow, and likely will turn back to the lowlands soon. On that same day, another herbivore they haven't seen in years marches along the northern shore. Oliphants. These gomphotheres are browsers, favoring broadleaf trees but will supplement with conifer needles and grass. At 2 to 3 tons, the adult females are too large for our twins to consider, and certainly not the 4-ton matriarch. However, the 3 younger calves in the herd are viable targets to Shiraxa. Their elder sister is now approaching 700 kilos. Our twins aren't large enough to reliably cross the river, but Shiraxa is and has done so to try and catch them off guard. She remains downstream and downwind. From her own experience, she knows Oliphant have an extremely keen sense of smell. Their trunks are raised, and the enormous matriarch routinely checks behind them as they march along the riverbank. She may not smell Shiraxa, and Briha's holler is now downwind, but the old Proboscidean is still cautious. Zentaur are the only predators in these lands large enough to threaten a healthy adult Oliphant. She has witnessed several of her kin slain. She knows their tactics, and is fully aware of the strong wind flowing with the river, providing cover for a rear assault. Remaining near the shore means there is not much foliage to hide amongst, but she's keeping an eye out for Briha. Even as Shiraxa closes the distance, the matriarch doesn't seem to notice her. She spots the twins, though, still lounging by their Ellesmerian on the opposite shore. The matriarch grumbles a warning at them, but neither young theropod moves. They aren't asleep, but are indifferent to the idle threats of a grandmother separated from them by 40 meters of running water. Once she's only a dozen meters behind the herd and under the cover of tree ferns, Shiraxa charges. The vigilance of the matriarch, however, has paid off. She trumpets a warning before Shiraxa can reach the nearmost calf. Oliphants are faster than elephants, and while they might flee as adults, they are no match for an 8-year-old Zentaur. They must fight. The mothers already have their young close and turn to face the attacker. Though Shiraxa's initial charge was silent, now that her cover is blown, she unleashes a scraping, harrowing cry. This is meant to frighten the young, at least into bolting, or generally sowing confusion and fear into the ranks. She mock charges thrice, each time stopping just a few meters ahead of the herd, then falling back. Though she has great advantage in speed, agility, and weaponry, even the younger cows are still double her mass, and she knows the older females will easily break her if she's caught. Her best hope is to wound one of the younger ones, then retreat, so they might perish from their injury. However, despite her best efforts, the formation holds. The matriarch circles around her family, skirting the riverbanks and confronting Shiraxa. Most adult cows have at least a pair of upper tusks, if not 2 small lower ones, but this matriarch has 4 long tusks rivaling many bulls. With this armament she advances, opening her jaws so the young megaraptoran is faced with a phalanx of ivory. Her 2 upper tusks are blunt from use, but their thrust will still bruise and break bone, and her lower tusks are sharp and ready to pierce. More than these, however, is her size. The tusks are intimidating, but her best weapon is by far her superior mass, and if she's able to shove Charaxa down, the theropod will be an easy kill. Charaxa knows when she's been beaten. She's hungry, but not desperate. Before the matriarch even gets close to striking distance, the young theropod turns and flees. The matriarch pursues her for a dozen strides before turning back to her family. She knows that Zentaur this age sometimes hunt in packs. Not this time, however. As the months go by, our twins continue their growth. Tenera is slightly larger, owing to her greater aggression at shared kills, but both are a healthy size for their age. They mostly hunt Elasmarians, the most abundant prey in their size range. However, fish and caiman make up an increasing percentage of their diet. Despite an early prosperity, the rains cease early. Normally, this could be expected for only a few storms to carry late into autumn, but this last storm was in midsummer, with only a few showers riding up the valley. At first, this early dry season is to the advantage of our young predators. Zentaur of this age are extremely swift, and their endurance far superior to most mammals and ornithischian dinosaurs, thanks to their specialized unidirectional respiration. In this more open thicket, as plants dry up, they actually have an easier time finding, chasing, catching, and killing game that they used to have ample cover. The deer march back down the lowlands, affording plenty of meals for our twins in this journey. However, by early autumn, the game has become scarce. The twins have to wander ever further to find a meal. Thankfully, whenever they return to the holler, they gobble up potential threats, so their younger siblings are safe, but their mother is struggling to find enough food. She also needs to wander out of the holler now and then. The occasional wandering megafauna offer respite, but she is getting ever hungry. Now is when she should be fattening up to call her mate, but instead, she's barely getting by. Opportunity comes in the form of the olifant herd moving back down the valley. Brija smells and hears them approach and crosses the dwindling river to position herself in the foliage of the northern bank. Unfortunately, the herd is facing downwind, and the matriarch is on high alert. While they don't smell her, they are looking in her direction. Tenera and Buu are nearby, also crouched in the thicket of the southern shore. Charaxa is also lying in wait a bit further upstream. It's not a coordinated trap, but they are well positioned to strike. As ever, the matriarch leads the march. Though the fresh scent of their current positions evade her, the matriarch can still smell the regular scent markings, movement, and scat left by the predators. She is, of course, on high alert. She guides her family down into the northern riverbed. Yes, it might be easier to defend against one of the valley walls, but there's so much cover the matriarch decides it's safer to have room to see. The river only spans 10 of its 40-meter width due to the low rains of late, so there's plenty of firm soil for the olifants to traverse, while being far enough from any potential ambush to set up a formation. She and her kin grumble to the calves, offering what comfort they can and keeping them to the center of the herd. Charaxa is the first to attack, dashing from her cover. Tenera and Buu follow after. They're far too small to be a threat, and all but the youngest olifant calf would be extremely difficult to bring down, but their presence does benefit in being a source of chaos. Though their elder sister easily jogs along the riverbank, their march is slowed. Though run dry, the river is still nearly 2 meters at its deepest. Before Charaxa can reach the youngest mother, however, the matriarch rushes forward. The two square off as they did 4 months prior, with the Oliphant presenting a fierce contraption of long, blunt tusks above and shearing fangs below. This is when Briha attacks. Her advance is quiet. Only one of the mothers facing her happens to see the 6-ton theropod in a crouch, deftly step down the riverbank, her eyes never leaving the mother. At 2.5 tons, this Oliphant is outmatched, yet she roars and meets the charge all the same. Briha evades the headfirst attack, sidestepping and biting the back of the Oliphant's neck. She turns and twists, using her right hand to push against the counterattack and her left to pierce the ribcage. The attention of the herd quickly shifts to Briha, and the matriarch realizes she charged the wrong theropod. She turns, trying to circle around and meet her daughters in formation, but that's when Sharaxa strikes. Their second youngest calf is, at 6 months old, already just over half a ton. Oliphants grow much faster than elephants, likely a consequence of living amongst such predators as Zentaur. He may exceed Sharaxa in mass, but she's far taller than him owing to a much lighter frame. Sharaxa bites his head and snaps an arm forward, jamming both hooked claws under his jaw. Before she can retreat, the matriarch is upon her. Lunging forward, the furious matriarch's longest tusk clips Sharaxa's hip. The theropod disengages, hissing and hopping back. Though the matriarch presses the attack, Sharaxa is able to evade the next strike and jog upstream. The megaraptoran continues past the range of the charge, starting to limp in her retreat. Once she has seen Sharaxa off, the matriarch turns to Briha. Though her initial grapple was thwarted by 2 cows running to the aid of the first, Briha has scored several minor injuries through quick bite or scratching claw. The cows are undeterred. Now 3 against 1, their combined mass is equal and Briha remains low. She steps back so she is at the bank. The thick, sensitive pads of her feet allow her to sense well where she steps, so her focus can remain forward, thereby deterring a charge. The matriarch arrives with a trumpeting bellow and the last push for Briha to retreat. She does so without quarrel. Tenera and Buu have been merely skirting the edges of the herd, causing panic but never close enough to engage. Once they see their mother and sister have fallen back, the twins follow suit, running upriver after their sister. After a limping jog, Sharaxa makes her way back to the bank into the cover of browning tree ferns. The twins see their mother settle down in the thicket 100 meters downstream of the encounter. As they are still nervous about the large herbivores, they lie beside their sister, while watching the herd of Oliphant. The matriarch circles her family, assessing the damage. The injuries of both members attacked by the theropods are severe. The cow that Briha wounded is the matriarch's second daughter. Her first daughter was also lost to a Zentaur attack several years prior. The calf is this matriarch's great-grandson. His injuries were more severe, and he's already struggling to stand. Soon his difficulty breathing, due to an open throat, gets the better of him. He dies in the mud just beside the river. His mother and the whole herd mourn his passing, but the matriarch is more attentive to her daughter. The injured cow has a calf of her own, another young male just 2 years of age. He's been weaned for a while, but remains close to her all the same. Though the injuries to her back and the neck where Briha bit her look worse, it is actually the 2 punctures of her torso which are of greatest concern. The matriarch brings her food from banks and guides her to rest near the water, but none of these comforts seem appealing. The herd remains overnight, holding vigil and keeping watch over their injured kin. Come morning, the matriarch tries to rally the herd. Her daughter is succumbing to her wounds and remains lying halfway in the river. She allows the herd to stay but is very nervous. The matriarch knows the more time they linger, the more scavengers will arrive. Cockatrice could kill the younger calf, and a 6-meter crocodile could pose a threat to all but her. She keeps a comforting presence to her daughter, but the matriarch knows the smell of infection. She knows her daughter's chances don't look good. Shiraxa isn't looking a whole lot better. The matriarch's tusk that struck her hip left a fracture at the top amidst muscle attachments that means each step she takes, she pulls a little bit at the bone. Though she keeps composure, as a predator who does not wish to draw the sort of attention that comes with an injury is wont to do, she is in a great deal of pain and remains lying down. Normally, Zentaur sit and sleep in a crouch, resting on their pelvic boots. Such a position would be incredibly painful, so she lies down on her right side, letting the injury rest. Overnight, it becomes quite swollen. She cannot stand. Tenera and Buu investigate their sister. She hisses and snaps at their approach and prodding. There's no malice in their inspection, they mean her no harm, but it still hurts and makes her defensive each time they poke at her. Her having to shift to shoo them away only increases her pain and aggravation. The twins eventually leave her alone and watch the olifants. The matriarch keeps vigil, standing over her daughter as she bleeds into the river. She stamps and trumpets at the shapes in the water. Though the calf and other members of the herd keep close and offer comfort, the olifant cow does not respond. She dies that afternoon. Even so, the matriarch refuses to relent. Briha begins an approach, but the olifants drive her back and force a retreat. In the early evening, Tenera and Buu jog a little closer, but they are also driven off by one of the older cows. While they are away, Shiraxa has visitors. Dakosu and his smaller cousins have advanced. While they would never dare challenge a theropod almost 8 times their size and good health, with her swollen hip making it painful to stand and the smell of her infected wound, she's suddenly become a viable target. The 4 male dromaeosaurs are joined by a troop of 7 females they were courting. Together, the 11 cockatrices close in on their new target. Shiraxa hisses at them, but her threat is weak. She rears up slightly and brandishes a clawed hand, but that and her jaws only cover her front. Dakosu pecks at her hips, testing her defenses. She turns and bites at him, but the motion rolls over her injury and she cries out. A wild kick from her good leg is strong, but he effortlessly hops back. One of the female cockatrices nips at the base of her tail. This time, Shiraxa's retaliation is especially feeble, as any rotation puts weight on her injured hip. She can't move her left leg now. After circling around, Dakosu hops upon her chest. Both of his killing claws pierce. They're shallow, more intended to anchor than maim, but it contributes to her stress and agony. She turns to bite him, but the dromaeosaur snaps back, forcing her to. Tenera leaps from a thicket, tackling Dakosu off her sister. Buu makes a wide circle around them, hissing at the dromaeosaurs as they scatter. Feathers fly as Tenera and Dakosu grapple. The cockatrice bites and stabs with his claws, forcing her to hop off, but none of his strikes land deep. Before he can right himself, Buu rushes in. With a bite and twist, he drags the cockatrice's wing, yanking several feathers out by the root. As Dakosu tries to kick, that's when Tenera bites the back of his head. Dust flies amidst the scuffle. The twins dart in and out, each time falling back with feathers and blood. Finally, Dakosu manages to right himself and flees, with both young megaraptorans in hot pursuit. However, he doesn't get very far. The twins return shortly. Both have bloodied snouts. Their rival is severely injured, and even if left to his own devices, will likely perish from his injuries. However, our twins don't kill or eat him. They don't seem interested. Dakosu's kin don't share this sentiment. Soon, his cries ring out in the night as the other cockatrices converge to feed. Once the dust settles, Tenera and Buu have sat on either side of their elder sister. Shiraxa is still on the side of her injured hip. She is motionless, save for the light pulse of her breath. The following morning, the matriarch departs. Vultures, pterosaurs, jackals, and cockatrices are all circling, and there's dozens of caiman and several crocodiles in the water. She also knows the Zentaur are close. Her family keeps pace, though they all walk slow. Before the cockatrice and other scavengers can approach, Briha marches from her cover downstream. She plants a foot on the torso of her kill and digs in. As the twins approach, she hisses at them. This hungry, and as her body is trying to amass hormones and calories to develop eggs, she does not see them with her usual affection. They are only one step removed from the cockatrice and jackals closing in. However, there is another carcass. The twins indulge in Shiraxa's kill, taking the organs of the chest cavity first. That night, the killer of this young olifant is nowhere to be seen. Come the following morning, however, Shiraxa does limp out and drive off the mob. There's not much left after her siblings and the scavengers had their due, but there's enough bits that she's able to pull together a meal to tide her over. Once she packs it in, she limps around her mother and continues downstream. Zentaur are highly resilient animals. Shiraxa is in a great deal of pain, but the worst has passed. As long as she can make ends meet by scavenging over the next few days, she should recover. Considering Shiraxa will soon be larger than any other predator species on the continent, her chances are good. Buu and Tenera instead find themselves frequently marching up the valley instead of down toward the lowlands. Their older sister may have followed the olifants downstream, but our twins instead follow their noses. She might surmise that the olifants are headed to more reliable pastures, but Tenera and Buu smell game upriver. Though they return to sleep near their mother's holler after their first few excursions, eventually they strike out and don't look back. There's a reason Briha's holler is the Zentaur territory furthest up the valley. There's not a whole lot of game to be had further beyond. Yes, Castar and Barafont wander upland during the dry season to forage, while the lowlands have become more competitive, but neither species is common in this particular valley. They're also frequently deep in narrow hollers, positioning themselves in ways that they can easily defend themselves. Our twins aren't large enough to tackle either species, so that's not much of a disappointment. They're more interested in jacketed Runen Drake Elasmarians anyway, which are especially abundant in these higher elevations. The twins aren't good climbers, but the drakes must drink, so there's opportunity down toward the river. The river is also a bounty of fish. As the river shrinks, many fish get trapped and are easily caught and killed. The twins also hunt caiman, though their light frames mean a bite from even these small crocodilians can be dangerous. Again, they come upon Shah Kenaru. In the onset of the dry season, he has begun favoring Turchak cedar once more, feeding on the abundant cones and pruning the lower branches. Where he goes, an entourage usually follows, and this serves as a fantastic source of prey. Small Elasmarians, pheasants, and even very young titans are typical members of the company, but common drakes are abundant as well. The quilled and clawed common drakes could easily kill our twins, so they must be careful, but darting in and grabbing something small proves an efficient strategy. Common drakes are so well armed and defended because they're slow. They don't have much choice but to fight, and this means that as long as they are given their due space, the twins can rush in and take their meals without much risk. Finally, After 8 months of drought, the rains come. A combination of storms and melting glaciers as the distant highlands warm means the rivers are flush. Our twins enjoy an abundance of trident deer to hunt as they come up the valley once more. At 5 years old, our twins now weigh around 250 kilos. They're now large and fast enough that even adult deer are reliable targets, though an abundance of young calves born in the highlands are more appealing. Over this wet season, they grow fast on a diet almost exclusively of trident deer. There are no other Zentaur in this region. While there are a few Sulan big cats in this environment that follow the deer up the valley, the other carnivore that most catches their attention is a form of very large primate which smells vaguely like the macaques they're used to down in the holler. These primates do hunt, but mostly they wait until the twins or Sulan have had their meal and then close in to gather up the remains. The twins are of course defensive at first, hissing and snapping at their approach, but once they learn these strange creatures wait until the predators have had their fill, they quickly grow to tolerate their presence. After all, this region has a tremendous abundance of food. They wouldn't want to scavenge an earlier kill anyway. They do sometimes follow the primates out of curiosity, but the fires they make to process the carcasses make our twins wary, so eventually, the primates fade into the background of the twins' awareness. These are one of Chimeir's many human species, Homo altus. While there are several civilizations, complex languages, and sophisticated tools made by this species, this particular family is quite content to lead simple lives in the frontiers here beyond the known world. Here in the highlands, there's enough for them to get by, especially preserving some of the surplus venison they collect in these months. Especially once the Sulan depart, there's not many threats in this area. It's a peaceful life for the most part, especially while living in relative harmony with the local predators. They're not used to Zentaur, and indeed the children of this group have never seen one, but once these two great predators come to an understanding, they leave each other alone. Soon, they know the deer will leave, and lingering predators might become a threat once the abundance is gone. With this in mind, the humans kill a few extra deer, then retreat to their lodgings higher up the mountains to wait until the predators depart. By the time the rains cease, our twins are now each over 300 kilos. In late autumn, after mating, the vast herds of deer circle back and begin their migration down the valley toward the lowlands. This march down the valley brings our twins home. Their mother's next clutch has just been laid. It was her largest yet, 9 eggs, as this past wet season was very kind to her and her mate. Tenera and Buu remain with their mother for a few days, sharing brief moments of affection with her and their youngest siblings born at the beginning of the wet season, but soon they choose to continue after their now favored prey. Their young siblings, born the year below them, are now 200 kilos, large enough to keep the rest safe from any nearby threats. 4 in number, this cohort is more than sufficient to keep the cockatrice troops far from the holler. It also doesn't hurt that their mother's mate, an 8-ton bull Zentaur, regularly patrols the valley. The trident deer continue on, and our twins follow. Tenera and Buu aren't in a rush. This journey takes them over a week along the riverbanks, gorging themselves on the abundance of deer. Though they linger in some regions, the hollers of other Zentaur and young means they must often keep moving. Eventually, though, the herds reach the lowlands. With their latest kill, our twins sit atop a hill at the bend of a river, looking out over the vast forests and basin swamps below. They may not know it, but they are on the eve of a formidable introduction. The past few years, our twins have gotten used to being among the top predators of their environment. Life has at times been hard, but generally they have been safe. This precedent ends now. Where they're headed, they would be wise to lay low. Yes, in these lowlands, there's a lot more game to hunt, but that bounty is not without competition. Their next few days will be vital in testing their understanding of their place in this world. Will they apply the lessons of the holler and succeed as young hunters, or will their stories end as footnotes, the next meal of a dozen larger killers? This is to be their graduation. A pair of young theropods look out over an apocalyptic wasteland. Corpses litter the shore. The air is thick with the smell of rot. Mud is churned under every step as 1,000 carnivores vie for their share of the desolation. To Tenera and Buu, some of these hunters are familiar. The Sulan, our twins accompanied down the valley. Jackals, foxes, and fishers they know from their home. Common cockatrice they remember all too well as rivals in their younger years, now less than a third their current size. Though there are no other Zentaur in the immediate area, our twins smell many others of their kind in this humid basin. However, many of the scents are new. 100 unfamiliar plants compete for processing in our megaraptoran's mines. Ginger and willow, lily and hops join many of the familiar horsetails, ferns, conifers, and birch trees. It's not the strongest scent, but they do note 3 species of enormous cypress trees which roots span 12 meters, holding together the muddy ground and submerged sediment of many islands and channels. Mammal and theropod predators that smell much more potent than the small size they are used to. Perhaps the strangest of the scents is a large bird saturated in decay. The predators they see scavenging, those many corpses, are new to our twins, but we have their names. Amidst the cockatrice and jackal, there are a few dark-furred hyenas, a red panther. A trio of lions are crouched over a corpse of a massive pikefish. There is even a cockatrice of staggering dimensions, well over half a ton in weight. This black cockatrice is not a resident of the muddy woods. He crouches over on lanky shanks, wings spread in a desperate gambit of stability while his narrow jaws saw into the corpse of a catfish, which in life likely exceeded his mass. He's built for dry forests and solid ground, but the bounties here are too alluring to pass up. Though the scene before them appears to be an ecological cataclysm, and for some it certainly is, this is merely the consequence of the waters receding. The highland glaciers are freezing, not melting, and the storms haven't been through in 2 months, just a few scattered showers. All this means that many tributaries have been greatly reduced. However, despite all this, there's still a tremendous abundance of water pooled at the feet of the surrounding hills. This is because of tectonic activity hundreds of miles away. As the mountain range of southern Arvel rises, its great weight has made the once level continent bow slightly down. Many rivers still flow out to sea 1,000 miles to the north, but this is one of many such basins at the feet of these mountains that collect water. It's not flowing anywhere by this point. The waters are now too shallow to continue their flow into the other rivers out to sea as it does during the wet season, and thus many vast lakes form and are stagnant. However, not all of these lakes are stale. Some maintain a flow from uphill and empty into the main lakes. These lakes are new to the great grand timeline of Chimeir, but have become a vital source of drinking water in grassy surroundings. Beaver lakes. These diligent rodents construct dams at several points along the river, contributing to the basins. This climate is about as warm as beavers can tolerate. Our twins have encountered a few beavers up in the mountains where the trident deer spent their summer, but are not as common. Here, there's a few beaver lakes at the end of each river contributing to the basin. Healthy fish stocks and the crocodiles that hunt them are here in abundance. It's only after the beaver lakes, down in the basin itself, that the rot has taken hold. Even so, receding waters in the beaver lakes and the basin below has opened up a plethora of grassy meadows. Many in the wet season herbivores that rely on the abundance of trees have moved on to coastal forests. The absence of rains means the trees and leafy shrubs are dormant. Not much foliage for a browser here. However, for grazers, this dry season is their time of plenty. The abundance of deer is a familiar enticement to our twins, but the many fish trapped in the shallows or in sections entirely dried up is far more appealing. There's no effort that must be submitted. Plenty of food for all. To add to the buffet, the ground also provides a trap. Some of the remaining large herbivores, like Oliphant, a few straggling Baraphont and Casctar, and several new dinosaurs and mammals our twins have never met before, have found this place of plenty to be a death trap. Our twins and the deer can both walk on the dry mud without much difficulty. A nearby Baraphont proves not all are safe and secure. He has broken through the hard soil above and become mired in the still muddy soil below. In his struggles, he has become exhausted. Our twins join in the cockatrice and jackals gathering around the mired Baraphont. A red panther, one of Chimeire's saber-toothed cats, hops atop the Baraphont's back, claiming it as his own. Tenera and Buu are now 5.5 years old. They each weigh over 300 kilos and could easily send this 100-kilo panther packing. However, with a rumbling squawk, the cat, jackals, and cockatrice all scatter. Our twins back off as well, ceding the carcass not out of experience, but following a collective worry. If something scared everything else, a shared caution is a wise instinct. An enormous bird steps out onto the mud flat. Like the twins, he has 3-toed feet that splay wide to keep his bulk from breaking through the mud. Also like them, he is of a shockingly light build. He stands over 3 meters tall and is quite robust, yet weighs in at over 800 kilos. Very large for a bird, but considering his enormity, it's still with an unnerving ease and agility with which he walks. This is Rashu, a fireback. A type of forest raccoon, also called terror birds. These hook-beaked killers are the second largest terrestrial predator in the region after Zentaur. He's not the largest of his kind, which can reach a ton in their largest roosters, but he's still a massive dominant male. Our twins back up. This terror bird is exactly the sort of vassal predator their mother kept away, and for good reason. At less than half his size, they would each be an easy kill, even combining their efforts. Thankfully, they are not why he's here. Like the cockatrice, his motions are methodical and conservative. He doesn't have a Zentaur's ability to keenly sense the quality of soil with each step, but he's still able to feel where it's most secure quite well. He's ever in a slight crouch, adding to his stability, and he's able to spread his wings and shift his head to keep level in these uncertain terrain. He doesn't bother showing off for his audience. Instead, his bright golden eyes are locked on his prey. A Baraphont of this size, just under 5 tons, would normally be far larger than anything that this terror bird would dare attempt. However, exhausted in this compromised position, this convention no longer holds. The terror bird tests the response of the Baraphont's rear. When Rashu is confident his prey can't kick him away, the terror bird earns its name, beginning the harrowing task of disemboweling his prey. The Baraphont cries out, alive and painfully aware, but unable to escape. Our twins move along. There's other prey, and they've already learned an important lesson. They may have been among the top predators of the holler in their mother's territory, but here in the basin, they could easily be prey. A familiar scent on the wind draws the attention of both twins. Their elder sister, Shiraxa. They sprint after the scent. They haven't seen her since she followed the Oliphant to the lowlands a year ago. This excitement leads them to one of the drier islands. The scent is not fresh, perhaps as much as a week old, but still strong enough that the chorus of new scents, it stands out. In their excitement, they nearly collide with an enormous stone. However, the rocks begin to move. A new scent fills their noses. One they're used to, belonging to small burrowing sloths that occasionally encounter up in the valley. Aside from scavenging, they never ate these creatures, as they only come out at night, but they also weren't a threat. Not at 70 kilos in their largest boars. This beast, however, is much more than 70 kilos. Crouched and seated, its hips are still over 2 meters off the ground. As the massive armored tail curls and plants to facilitate stability, the creature rears up. Its bald head brushes against the lower branches of a cypress tree 5 meters above them. The creature inhales deep as it looks down upon our twins. While it is the size of a young titan, its breath is of a singular pull and exhale. Arms each the size of our twins flex out slightly as the enormous beast steps to the side of its crescent feet. Long ivory tusks catch the flecks of light shining through the canopy as the stranger snarls and takes in our young theropods. This is a Hukelgor, a sloth, and one of the largest terrestrial mammals in Kaimere. He is the biggest animal in this basin after the titans. At 13 tons, he is large for his kind, but not unprecedented. Like so many beasts, he came here to indulge in the staggering abundance of foliage that grows in the wet season. It may be tempting to think he hasn't left on account of the slow nature of sloths, but not only is he happy to graze on some of the new grass flourishing in the lower waters, the corpse at his feet is another reason to stay. It is a young Oliphant that perished from an injury perhaps delivered by Shiraxa as her familiar scent lingers around it. She didn't end up making the kill or enjoy the spoils of her effort, though. She's long gone. To where, they do not know. The tremendous sloth is primarily an herbivore, but males especially will scavenge from time to time. He's been bulking up for the mating season while the basin was flush with vegetation. Females of his kind live in burrows in the highlands. Their dens, however, are in hills of dirt, not pebbled stone and bedrock like our twins just descended from, so he's got a long way to go. Soon he must depart. As his body swells with testosterone, he's inclined to remain for a little while and not only browse for foliage too high for most herbivores to graze the fresh grass, but also to take in some extra protein before his departure. Thankfully, though, he's not interested in our twins. They just startled him. However, he's not comfortable with them sticking around either. At his size, Zentaur are the only predator he needs to think about, and their scent is irritating. With a rumbling bellow, he sends the twins into a hasty retreat. Eventually, after having their fill of whatever fish or stranded creature they can find, our twins settle down for the night. The next few days are easy living. They find plenty to scavenge. Once the sloth moves on, they enjoy exclusive access to the Oliphant he was eating. He lacked the tools to get the best organs, so they actually get a few good meals in before a large, unrelated Zentaur of around 3 tons approaches, hisses, and sees them off. A deep, familiar rumbling catches our twins' attention. Though most of the sounds are too deep for us to hear, the twins can feel the reverberating infrasound as a dozen bellows inflate, then exhale. The distinctive breath of a titan. Unlike the level chorus of Shakanaru they remember from the valley, this breathing is jittering, uneven. Several chambers of his lungs fill with delay. His cough echoes through his enormous chest. Tenera and Buu arise from their resting place in the thicket. They have long associated keratoderms with potential food. Not the titans themselves, of course, but the many creatures that follow them at every step, feeding on the churned-up grubs and refuse of titans' messy foraging. They jog up the nearby hill to see. This is a large adult male. At 54 tons, he's more than twice the size of Shakanaru when last our twins saw him. He walks on dry banks, now a grassy meadow, but ignores branches that might be accessible. He's not eating. Though he has hundreds of scars across his weathered enormity, several fresh wounds draw attention. His face and neck are torn. Back and chest have penetrations of varying depth. Some of these must have punctured lungs and air sacs throughout his body. However, worst is his belly. Several ribs are bent and broken, and numerous lacerations expose his organs in the soft patch between his last rib and muscular thigh. Though it looks as horrid as the wounds delivered by Vautru when the twins saw their mother's mate attack Shakanaru, there is no scent of Zentaur in these wounds. No, these injuries were dealt by a far more malicious foe, one of his own kind. 2 weeks prior, this bull challenged Rochahu, dominant male of this basin. He failed to best the old male and paid for it dearly. After grappling and subduing the titan now before them, Rochahu used the claws of his hind legs to open this bull's belly where torso meets his left leg. The wound is festering. Necrosis spreads, opening the injury further. Despite what must be an agonizing collection of wounds, the titan carries on. Behind him, no doubt drawn to the scent of decay, is the largest centaur our twins have ever seen. It is Asha, dominant female of the basin. At just under 11 tons in her seasonal peak and 32 years of age, she's a prime specimen at the prime of her life. She's had plenty of food in the drying shores, but the quarter-ton liver of a large male titan would be exactly the sort of meal she should pack in before laying her eggs. If she lets him perish of natural causes, this precious meat will almost certainly have spoiled before she gains access. However, keratoderms are resilient. He may survive. If he does, this will all be for naught. Even if he doesn't make it, he's still a formidable foe. For all his injuries, he's still over 5 times the size of this predator. However, Asha has been checking in on him for several days, evaluating his movements. This may be a narrow window for her to act, but she's increasingly confident. Though he's been on solid ground for much of the march, his foreleg slides, perhaps pressing onto loose substrate below. His right foot is wedged amidst the fresh grass. For a moment he struggles to dislodge his foot. This is exactly the sort of opening Asha has been waiting for. She silently jogs up beside him. While his attention is on his foot and hindquarters alternating to gain solid purchase, she's able to approach undetected. With a lunge, she jabs her jaws into his injury, latching onto it with long maxillary fangs, and pulls. Thanks to this being a fairly open section, she's able to quickly fall back unimpeded. She doesn't want to back up beside him as his tail could be employed, and ahead his arms could strike, or he could simply advance and shove her forward. As it stands, he would need to move to retaliate. As she falls back, Asha makes wider his injury and drags forth viscera. In a conflicted effort to simultaneously move back and lean toward his attacker, the injured bull shifts right. As this is his trapped leg, he can't quite catch himself, and he falls onto his side. Asha steps back, letting go of his entrails so his fall doesn't hit her in any wild kick. Before he can collect himself, Asha closes in. She runs a circle around and plants a foot on his neck before biting down at his throat. Our twins cannot see the worst of it from their vantage as the Titan cries and tries to kick forward and fend off his attacker, but they hear crunches and tears as she bites open the base of his stretchy, leathery neck. Like any megaraptoran, she might normally try to employ her arms, but in this instance, she seems to have relied upon her jaws. This prey doesn't need to be bled or wounded. He merely needs to be put down. It takes a long time. Her jaws aren't powerful enough to force through, nor are her teeth serrated enough to cut, so it's a lot of gripping and tearing. Finally, the broken god stills. His huge torso deflates as all of his many chambers exhale their final breath. Asha is on a mission. His gastralia, or belly ribs, prevent her from easily opening his torso to get his liver and other prime organs, but he's already got an injury that allows easy access. He's lying with the worst of it exposed, but she's still wary this early after a kill. He could be alive, or even spasm in death, and it would only take a single kick to end her life. She seems to decide approaching the wound from his belly side would be too risky. Also, she looks around. Though she's the largest predator in the basin, instincts of caution yet abound. This is also the time of year when males come from far afield. She already has a mate for this year, one back by her nest, and another male at this stage only poses a threat since she's already gravid. After a few more bites to the neck to ensure the Titan's demise, she wanders around his back and chews at the wound, opening his belly further. Thankfully for her, the corpse is now still. Following the removal of the entrails in the way, she shoves her head into his torso and withdraws her prize. It is an entirely satisfying meal. Once she's had her fill, Asha abandons the kill to go rest and digest. She will no doubt return, but for now, the carcass belongs to the scavengers. The twins must wait for the larger subadult Zentaur in the basin to have their fill. Several terror birds come next, taking whatever organs are left. At 300 kilos, Tenera and Buu do enjoy a meal before the hyenas, cockatrice, and big cats get a turn. Though we might marvel at the enormity of the carcass, our twins show no such reverence. To them, all this is just a meal, nothing more. Though the twins hunt and scavenge for other things, this corpse yet provides for almost a week's worth of food. They still hide and tend to be had, not to mention plenty of meat, but our twins lose interest once the muscle goes bad beyond what even their hearty stomachs would comfortably take. Still sufficient for the likes of hyenas and cockatrice, and the twins could surely get by on it if they must, but Tenera and Buu are much more interested in fresh meat. The trident deer are yet in abundance. The new meadows afford our twins plenty of opportunity to stretch their legs and chase down their favored prey. They have competition in the form of hyenas, cockatrice, and sulan, but they're often able to pack in a good meal before having to depart. Eventually, though, the lush meadows that filled out the depleted shorelines also suffer from the lack of fresh water. The deer must spread out, and doing most of their grazing at night, they aren't much in the concentrated herds that make hunting easier for our twins. In this increasing challenge, Buu and Tenera must learn how to hunt new prey. Two daytime herbivores in viable size ranges become potential contenders for their new favorite prey. First is the dromornithid Geniornis. Called the uru in the local dialect, these large birds are wetland specialists that enjoy a wide range of foliage. Foraging during the day puts them in danger of Zentaur and terror birds, but they tend to favor denser forests than these predators often comfortably traverse. While there are cockatrices in the area, they're generally quite rare, as they don't like this muddy ground. Bigheads and hyenas in the basin usually hunt at night to avoid the larger competition, so the uru seems to have generally found a proverbial Goldilocks niche of predator avoidance. However, Zentaur, or in the side range of our twins, are perfect to take them down. The birds have a formidable kick and painful bite, and are surprisingly swift despite a ponderous appearance. If caught from behind, though, they go down easy enough. Another prey animal that draws the attention and effort of Tenera and Buu is the tartan slinghorn. Males of this protoceratid are large enough that our twins must work together to bring them down. Unusual for the local ungulates, they forage during the day. Like the uru, slinghorns forage in dense forests to avoid predators, but our twins get quite good at catching and killing them. They also steal kills. While the mobs of hyena and cockatrice can still pose a threat, cooperation gives Buu and Tenera a much better chance in these circumstances than they would on their own. Sometimes, though, their efforts are thwarted. Hyenas aren't common here, but they tend to stick together. Sulan are more abundant, and they seem most comfortable defending their kills from the twins. Halfway through the dry season, the twins are surprised by a large male lion who charges their feast of a slinghorn doe. The lion grabs their kill and quickly scales a nearby plane tree with it in his jaws before they could return. Chimeir especially expresses frustration, remaining at the base of the tree and several times trying to leap up and grab carcass or cat, but it is all to no avail. The lion has his meal and falls asleep in the branches. Along with the giant birds and slinghorn, our twins get a lot of calories from fish. Nest raiding is also partaken. They don't search for nests, but when they come upon them, Tenera and Buu have their fill. After 4 months of the dry season, our twins are approaching 350 kilos. They might not get as many large meals as when they summered in the mountains with the trident deer, but there's still an abundance for those curious enough to explore. A similar case of mistaken identity, as happened with the sloth, comes in the form of raiding a caiman nest. At first, the twins assume it is a similar species to the Highland caiman they knew back in the valley. Large enough to be a threat if you're not careful, but both twins have killed their share of caiman, and they usually don't have much to worry about. Crocodiles smell different enough, and those they know to avoid, but caiman they consider prey. However, it's not a few footsteps toward the nest that they hear a deep hiss. The mother guarding this nest turns to face them, opening her broad jaws just enough to show a full set of teeth like rail spikes. At 6.5 meters and nearly a ton in weight, this female Hrugatar is a caiman larger than the biggest crocodile the twins have ever seen. They slowly step back as she stares them down. All it takes is a second hiss, and the twins turn to flee. Now that they know the scent of these giant caimans, they begin to realize this female was only a fraction of the size of males, who almost never seem to leave the water. A male passing by is almost 9 meters long. Amidst the vast catalogs of scent our twins retain, they now add caiman to a growing list of animal groups they once assumed were all small game based on what they knew from the hollers and valley, but include enormous members here in the basin. Unfortunately for Buu and Tenir'ha, the most overt herbivores in this basin are the ones who don't seem to have much to fear. Most browsers left long ago, but the most common animals in this niche are the titans. Keratoderms tend to prefer stable, dry soil, but that they can handle mud or uneven terrain better than one might expect. Though immature titans often congregate with others of their own age, it is not uncommon for mixed-age herds to form. The youngest titans at the moment are nearly a ton and heavily armored, so well beyond what our twins would dare attempt. One evening, after a frustrating chain of failed hunts, our twins are interrupted by a troop of 5-ton young titans. Their thicket is trampled, though, as these young keratoderms try to get at a red cedar the twins were resting below. Rather than express any frustration this time, the twins flee. Another impractical option is the equally armored parankylosaur called the Majinuk. While adults can weigh up to 4 tons, their encounter is with a 2-year-old subadult weighing only half a ton. Like keratoderms, young are much more heavily fortified than adults. She only has enough gaps in her lamellar to enable movement. Also like keratoderms, her tail is powered by enormous muscles and ends in a cluster of horn-covered osteoderms. Adult Majinuk turn these into formidable weapons, with males growing especially large to use against one another. Her tail could still easily break the bones of a young megaraptoran, though. Adult Majinuk prefer dry forests, but they lay their eggs in wetlands such as these, and our young cow is still able to find plenty of food. Her hammered-shaped nose spreads her highly sensitive nostrils wide, enabling her a very efficient ability to hone in on her favorite taproots. Long claws and a shovel-shaped head makes her well built to dig up such nutritious flora. She also feeds on a variety of buried eggs. Like many herbivores, she's happy to incorporate some extra protein when it's easy to collect. When our young try and explore her as a possible prey option, she alternates between hunkering down so the only access is her hard-swung tail, or charging to trample and kill. Thankfully for the twins, they're able to evade, but after a few close calls, Buu decides it's not worth the risk, and Tenera follows his departure. Finally, on their 5th month without rain, distant thunder is a prelude to transformation. The first storm of the season rolls in without much fanfare. It's had to cross almost 1,000 miles of continent, so lost a lot of momentum. However, there's still plenty of rain, and the surface rises almost a meter over the course of several days between the rain itself and runoff from its many tributaries. With the rains come the time of hatching. Dozens of species of crocodile and dinosaur time their hatching to coincide with this storm. Not only does the rain mean there will soon be an abundance of food, and babies can swim while eggs cannot, there's also something to be said for safety in numbers. Most dinosaurs protect their young, but many like the Majinuk and keratoderms instead play a numbers game. Each female Majinuk lays up to 100 eggs in buried nests, so tens of thousands of tiny tanks now flood the waterways. Between the hundreds of titans that nested on Rochahu's hill, the other 2 large hills in the basin, and the many other subordinate titan cows which made their own lowland nest, there's also countless tiny titans crawling about. In addition to their armor, hatchling keratoderms have inflatable hoods that not only keep their heads above water when they swim, it makes them resemble a cobra. Not a guarantee of survival by any means, but making a predator pause for a second is often enough time for them to take cover. Unlike Majinuk, titans do protect their own kind, so yearlings can often be instrumental in reducing infant mortality in these first, most dangerous weeks. Most crocodilians, Elasmarians and Thescelosaurs also have a tremendous number of young, but are more protective parents. Not all species are diligent guardians, but most at least look out for their young for a few weeks. All told, there are suddenly many millions of new little archosaurs in the basins and its tributaries. Buu and Tenera join many predators in feeding on this eruption of potential prey. With the flooding basin, the twins get isolated on one of the larger islands. While they have the strength to cross to the nearby shore, they've encountered enough crocodiles in their time to know the danger of all the shapes now swimming through the rivers and channels between. Some of the caiman they spot more than double the size of the mother they encountered a few months prior. Chimeir may be a land ruled by dinosaurs, and our twins vie with birds and mammals for scraps, but the majority of this basin is now ruled by the crocodiles. They may not know it, but they have missed their window to follow the trident deer back up the valley. The deer left when they first smelled the approaching storm. Most grass was already dead and dried up by this point, so leaving was the only logical option for them. Our twins still hunt uru and slinghorn, but the waters are now flush, and they can often scavenge drowned corpses or catch a plethora of fish as long as they approach the shore with caution. Their favorite prey may be gone, but new herbivores have arrived. Many fled the basin during the dry months, but with its renewed bounty, they have returned. Casctar and Barafont from the highlands, and Kotar from the northern coastal forests. Hippos and elephant sloths have also come around. The size of these many giant drakes and beasts protect them from crocodiles, or at least most of the crocs. While there is a tremendous bounty of foliage, not many new prey items for our twins have arrived. Crossing to the islands is more treacherous than many herbivores are willing to risk. Perhaps our twins should have joined the Sulan in following the deer up the valleys. It's too late to follow them now. Thankfully, there's so many large herbivores to support large Zentaur that our twins are able to get by on a lot of scavenging. They must defer to terror birds and older Zentaur, but picking over what's left is still enough to supplement their diet. Watching older Zentaur bring down all of these new large beasts is also a set of formative experiences. Uru birds converge from many nearby areas and are now extremely common in the wetlands. They were already favored targets, but that preference accelerates. Loss of kills to terror birds is still an issue, but quickly removing and swallowing the legs whole or simply running off with a leg each in their arms proves a viable strategy. Several small species of Elasmarian are also abundant. There's also 2 species of antelope and a spotted deer the twins occasionally hunt, though these are all nocturnal, so can pose a challenge in that respect. Tartan slinghorns are more common with the rains. With males weighing up to 350 kilos, the slinghorns are now a perfect size for our twins as they approach a similar mass. For all the convergence of other large herbivores, titans actually become somewhat scarce. Young are still common, but most titans larger than a few tons have gone north to the drier forests. This wet season lasts for several months. It is very kind to Tenera and Buu, who each now weigh close to 400 kilos by its conclusion. They must still defer to firebacks and old Zentaur, but they are quickly coming into their own. Eventually, the rains ease. There are still scattered showers, but the storms have ceased. The basin is still quite flooded, but it's not getting new water added to it on a regular basis. For several days, 3 resonant calls echo throughout the vast basin. On each of the 3 great hills, all far apart within the basin's 50-mile breadth, a Titan bull has staked his claim. Loudest and nearest to the twins is the central hill of Rochahu, king of the basin. Though there are other nest sites between the smaller hills and basins of nearby mountains, his is by far the largest. This year, none dare challenge him. By the time the Titan cows lay their eggs a month after mating, the waters are lower and most of the large herbivores have moved on. As the trident deer return, our twins mark their first year in the lowlands. They focus on the deer once more. As Tenera and Buu now weigh over 400 kilos, a deer a quarter their size isn't as satisfying as it was a year before. However, a meal is a meal. The twins spend another 2 years in the basin. They don't hunt deer the following year. When the rains come for their 3rd year in the basin, the twins weigh 600 kilos, doubling the mass of when they arrived. Their targets are increasingly large. Young of water buffalo, hippos, thescelosaurs and asmarians, and adults of slinghorn and uru are their primary targets. They have become quite proficient in bringing down larger game than themselves, something they were hesitant to do in their younger years. This year, the rains come early. An especially daunting storm passes over the basin, dumping more water in a day than normally is added in a week this time of year. Though it's formidable, it's just the scattered eastern band of a 100-year storm marching up the Votak River over 1,000 miles away. The waters rise at extreme rates. Many creatures are washed away and drowned. By chance, our twins have made a kill at the base of Rochahu's hill, so we're able to oversee the devastation. In the subsequent days, more water rushed in from the west. It smells strange, different. While they're used to salt licks and indeed rely upon them from time to time, they're not used to salt in the water. They don't know it, but the source of this oddity is over 1,000 miles away. The chain of lakes and adjoining basins connect their waterways to the Votak River, which empties into the Trachayam Sea. It's not salt water they're encountering per se. This is far from the sea. This is not even fair to call it brackish, but backwater through the basins have made not only strange-smelling waters, but a host of new organisms. Marine fish, seagrass, and ocean crustaceans add to the olfactory revolution our twins encounter as they patrol the risen shores. Though it's crowded on the hill, there's enough drowned carcasses that our twins are able to share space and meals with cockatrices, panthers, firebacks, and other young Zentaur. There's also a glut of new fish for them to experiment with. The marine fish washed into the basin are lethargic by the water now mostly fresh through ample rainwater flushing out the overflow, so they are easy targets. Tenera and Buu fish along the shoreline of Rochahu's hill. The flounder they've cornered in the shallows is a species they've now hunted twice before. Its salty flesh is a taste they are now quite fond of. So much so that they ignore the fresh hippo carcass a few paces away. Just as they close in, movement in the water behind them makes our twins turn and retreat to the shore. What they may have at first mistaken for a mass of rotting vegetation shifts and turns. A pair of gnarled, algaed branches rise from the water. With a slow exhale, the confounding shape coalesces into a familiar form. The head of a megaraptoran. This is a Kurajaku, largest theropod that has ever existed. Males attain this astonishing mass by being entirely aquatic. At 22 meters and over 40 tons of mass, this is an exceptionally large member of his kind. His body is entirely submerged. Only his head and algae-green feathers of his sail protrude from the surface. When our twins swim, they float. Megaraptorans not only have many chambers of their lungs and dozens of independent air sacs throughout their bodies, their bones are also exceptionally hollow. Little of this applies to the Kurajaku. Though he is fairly close relative of our twins, his body has dramatically altered to specialize in the sort of aquatic hunting our twins now explore. His bones are quite solid, most of the air sacs through his bodies have atrophied, and his skin is astonishingly thick to culminate in negative buoyancy. While he retains unidirectional breathing in many chambers of his lungs, he still sinks. All this density means he's actually barely capable of truly swimming. It may be surprising to consider this as an adaptation to aquatic life, but it's a trait shared in life by the hippo carcass our twins now hide behind. It means he doesn't need to expend any energy getting to the substrate, where he can then run along at surprising speed on the bottom. Very short legs may seem counterintuitive for this lifestyle, but it's concentrated in the lower leg to reduce drag. The enormous muscles connecting leg to tail are still at full length and strength. He's been in the inland sea for the past several decades of his life, and a scent of brine is his prelude, even as the fresh rains have washed away much of the initial salt of the past few days. He got washed into the western basins. Perhaps he got turned around, though it's equally likely he found nothing approaching competition and has quite enjoyed filling up on the abundance of trapped or drowned megafauna in high waters. He continues to approach, though thankfully for Tenera and Buu, it's not the twins he's after. They scatter as he nears the hippo carcass. The waters here at the base of Rochahu's hill are too shallow for him to traverse normally, but at his age he's too large and front-heavy to stand, so he merely slides forward on his belly in the mud. His huge jaws sink into the hippo's legs. A fang, over a foot long, buries deep into the hippo's flesh. Once secure, the Kurajaku uses his fluked tail and massive arms to push back and retreat to deeper waters. Zentaur use their feet to stabilize while they feed. A Kurajaku's legs are far too short for that. Instead, he uses his hands to press the corpse against the bottom of the lake. He strips the hippo's thick hide before gorging on its organs. After this, the enormous monster discards the rest. There's plenty more choice parts to be had, and nothing here dares challenge him. There's plenty of other basins to explore, though he enjoys several weeks of patrol, gorging on the best of anything within the rivers or around it. Even the largest caiman or Queen Asha would be effortless for him to kill. Only the large titans prompt his departure from a given region. Eventually, though, he does leave, heading west and presumably back toward the Votak River and his preferred habitat in the shallow inland sea. Our twins grow an additional 100 kilos throughout the next 8 months of the wet season. The rains persist longer than usual. An abundance of foliage means an abundance of life. Though our twins still occasionally hunt together and always sleep side by side at the end of the day, mostly they're patrolling on their own. They're now large enough and game sufficiently abundant that they can reliably get what they need on their own. Though they are given respite for a few weeks while out on a hunt, the twins are surprised by a late storm. Ballad has wandered far afield in his hunt. Before he can return, the storm has made the rivers rise, and a mile of channels suddenly separate him from his sister. Tenera and Buu call out to one another, but eventually exhaustion gets the better of them, and they retreat to higher ground. Though a storm still passes overhead, the Titans are ready to mate. If they wait too long, it could cascade into late hatching and delays in subsequent less productive years. Nesting amidst the rain is undesirable, as they much prefer dry conditions for digging nests and incubation. But this high atop the hill, chances are good that the nests themselves won't fill and the eggs drown. Rochahu stands atop his tower, calling all the cows in the basin below to make their way to him to mate. His challenge rings out to any contestants. Again, none dare answer. Shah Kanaru is foraging between two of the massive nesting hills. At 25 tons, he's still a long way from being able to challenge a dominant bull like Rochahu. He passes near a small hill. Shakanaru smells a pair of female titans, perhaps taking refuge there. They are adults, but not themselves large enough to claim prime space on the main hills. Though male titans may have a reputation for violence, it is female keratoderms who commit the most regular violence upon one another with a far stricter hierarchy. The young subordinates like these would not be tolerated on the main site. Laying too close to older females could see their clutches crushed, or perhaps even themselves killed. Shakanaru does not call out to them, as that might draw the ire of Rochahu or one of the other dominant males, but he does approach. The females awaken at his arrival. He begins the slow process of inflating his neck. In youth, this resembles a cobra's hood. As an adult, it just serves as a display structure. He also fills in the pads of his face. These sacs all take a while to inflate. Though they are protected by a thick, flexible throat skin, they are all sealed tight in his throat at rest, so it doesn't impair his breathing. As they're separate from his conventional respiration, it can take a while to inflate. The two cows seem impressed, receptive. They circle him, and both approve. It is a brief courtship. Unlike the dominant males, who defend the nest site after mating and often for a month or two after the eggs are laid, Shakanaru leaves before sunset. He isn't in any kind of position to defend them or their nests. If another subordinate male were to mate with them and father some of the clutch, so be it. This is not something that Shakanaru can afford to invest in. If he tried, one of the 60 to 80 ton dominant bulls would answer his songs with a swift kill. He's faster than them, but that doesn't matter if he were trying to defend this small hill. All he can hope is that the rains cease by the time they are ready to lay their eggs in a few weeks. A wet nest this close to water might drown the eggs, and it's certainly close enough that any number of raiders could wipe them out. Compared to the 50 or more eggs a dominant female might lay, these two probably won't lay more than 10 each. While these offspring of dominant females on the hill have a much better chance of survival, there are far more young and subordinate females like these, and their young will still make it to adulthood from time to time. Asha has been calling out for several days. She's been approached by several suitors, but none have quite captured her fancy. Soon, she will likely have to settle. An unappealing prospect, but the reality of being as large as imposing as she is. Ballad isn't far. He's still several years from maturity, but as he's separated from his sister, it seems boredom has drawn him toward Asha's song all the same. An old bull olifant passes near her territory. He smells her markings and keeps a general distance, marching along the bank of the opposite shore. At 7 tons, he's among the largest of his kind. Like Asha, he's also looking for love. However, he'll never get the chance. Though he's keeping a vigilant trunk toward Asha's territory, he doesn't smell the megaraptoran downwind. The adult Zentaur who now cuts through the jungle isn't the resident queen. Buu doesn't recognize him. It's a stranger. He rapidly closes the distance toward the bull. Before the olifant can fend off with his tusks, the Zentaur deftly grabs his head and turns him away from his own body so he can close in. Despite the muddy ground, the Zentaur rears up a foot and plants it on the olifant's hips, pushing him down. Once in this position, his arms are employed, with one piercing the back of his ribs and the other opening the olifant's throat. It is a swift execution and one backed by clear expertise. The proboscidine is dead before he has a chance to slump to the ground. Though normally this would be a time for opening the carcass, this stranger has other plans. At 10 tons, the Zentaur is not so large that dragging the body of such a massive olifant is an easy task, but he doesn't seem to mind. With huge arms flexed, the stranger pulls the corpse into the water. With the swamp lifting the load, he carries the carcass downstream. Buu follows along the shore, captivated. Soon, the stranger brings this massive offering to the vast beach of Asha's island. She is waiting for him on the shore. Though she begins a song, she hasn't introduced with a dance. That is normally up to the male to make the first physical impression. Buu watches from across the channel. Once the stranger has hauled the olifant corpse up onto shore, he then steps into her view. This is Buu. He's an old male. In his late 40s, he's still in good health, but he's certainly toward his twilight years. His body is covered in scars. Perhaps most horrid is a wound on his snout. This is the consequence of a fight with another male 2 decades prior, wherein his opponent's fang tore along his maxillary pad, and the lower teeth closed to remove much of his snout. Thankfully, the wound didn't reach the sinus pad, but it was a very close call. He has also had several scrapes and scars on his chest from both other males and battles with prey. The end of his tail also has an old injury that never quite healed, so feathers don't grow along a fairly wide patch. His right foot also has a mangled first toe from being stepped on by a relative of the olifant he now stands above. Though he lacks the grace of a younger male, he makes no effort to hide his injuries, spreading his large arms and standing tall in a proud display. Compared to most, his is a simple dance. Perhaps he's tired from the hunt, or maybe it's just a matter of confidence. Buu has fathered close to 200 Zentaur in his 3 decades of maturity. He didn't mate at all last year, but that's because he didn't try. Asha is his first attempt this year. He's perhaps of an age where, if he's not impressed, he won't even bother. He did bring her several tons of meat and a 40-kilo liver to kick off their relationship. Nothing to sneeze at. She can smell this as fresh. A testament to what he brings to the proverbial table. Asha is also not short on confidence. She's large, has ample fat reserves, and defends a massive territory in a highly competitive basin. Though she alternates her steps to show she's coordinated and in good health, she doesn't commit much flourish or acrobatics. At this, he actually seems impressed. Both Tonbru and Asha seem to appreciate a simple and direct approach to courtship. Leave the theatrics to the young lovers who have something to prove. After Asha feeds on the liver and he consumes the heart, the pair retreat into her territory to mate. Perhaps in an effort to find a way to her brother, Tenera has wandered several miles north. He may be to the southeast, but maybe she can find there's an easier crossing in this direction. Perhaps she remembers a passage from earlier hunts. As evening comes, she will likely need to settle down and resume in the morning. Before she even begins a search for a dry place to spend the night, a scent in the air catches her attention. Shiraxa! She hasn't smelled her sister in several years now. The scent is fresh, maybe a few hours old. With her snout high, Tenera sprints through the damp ferns after the smell. She slows along the sloping edge of a hill. The cliff falls a few meters toward a vast stretch of cypress swamp below. In this open space, Tenera tries to take in a fresh scent. She detects it. Her sister was just here. Tenera spots a silhouette under the cover of tree ferns back down the slope whence she came. She turns and takes a few running strides before noticing the shape is off. In broad strokes it looks correct, but where there should be clawed arms she noticed long feathered wings. Instead of a long narrow tail, it is short and broad. The eyes are locked on her and seem to be about the right size of a Zentaur's head, but with a slight turn, she notices the hooked beak of a terror bird. This is Rashu. He's got 100 kilos on her and is far taller. As he approaches, his wings fan open slightly, but he's still hanging low. He makes no sound. This is not a threatening advance. When she first met Rashu, she was small enough to be overlooked, chased off, dismissed. Given her greater speed, she likely wouldn't have been worth the effort. Now, however, she is competition worth eliminating. Normally she would flee, especially without Baru having her back. However, perhaps in the excitement of sensing her sister and the uncanny replacement of what she anticipated was an ally, instead being a foe, Tenera stands her ground. It's not a resolute challenge. She's openly nervous, hissing and shifting her weight, but she doesn't run. As his eyes narrow, Rashu charges. Though for a moment it looks like she might finally run, Tenera flexes her feathers and meets this horrid bird. His head snaps forward. The great hook of his beak penetrates deep into the base of her neck. She retaliates with a bite of her own, but only takes a mouthful of feathers. With a step back, Rashu lifts Tenera off the ground and casts her aside. She manages to land on her feet, but nearly falls as he dislodges his beak and snaps forward with a kick. His sickle claw, coupled with staggering strength, pushes her to the ground with a crunch as his foot injures her shoulder. Tenera is down, but she quickly snaps her own leg out at her assailant. As he is lunging for a killing bite, her foot lands hard, jerking his head back. She kicks again. This time she fails to make contact, but at least he has fallen back, shaking his head in confusion. She rolls away from him and lands on her feet in a crouch. With a nudge of her snout against the ground, she stands with another hop back to retreat as he lunges to close the distance. Her right arm, where both bite and kick landed, hangs limp at her side. Her left is held strong, its claws curled back and ready to strike. However, before his attack comes, a shadow passes over the setting sun. Shiraxa crashes into the terror bird. Her jaws clamp halfway up his neck and take him to ground. They slide a meter down the muddy hill in their scuffle. Despite the length and flexibility of his neck, her position is superb for restraint, as he's not able to rotate enough to employ either beak or claw. Lucky for him, she's in a poor position to use her hand claws, but her feet lash out in a kick at his back all the same. Her legs are strong enough to carry her 2.5-ton body 60 kilometers per hour in an open sprint. They may not be her primary weapon, but each kick is a devastating blow. When she opens her jaw to get a more secure bite after they have slid down the hill, he lashes forward and away. They both right themselves immediately. However, Chiraxa slips for half a second, and that's enough time for the more sure-footed terror bird to get a head start toward the trees. Though Chiraxa is faster in an open sprint, the loose ground doesn't allow her to make good use of this speed. She gives a brief chase, but it's clear Rashu is no longer a threat. With the rising sun, light illuminates that Tenera and Chiraxa are reacquainted. They must have found a dry enough hilltop to spend the night. It's still raining, but has slowed to a light shower. After picking over the carcass of a water buffalo, Chiraxa sets off to the north. Tenera doesn't hesitate to follow. No doubt some part of her still wants to find her brother, but in the moment, going after her sister seems the proper course. Buu returns to the channel, but after a few calls, he gives up. Tenera is too far away to hear him. She doesn't respond. For a few days, he lingers nearby, scavenging and fishing to pass the time and sate his hunger. He's lonely. Zentaur are solitary animals as a general rule, but not all individuals follow this species norm. He's had companionship his whole life. Yes, he's been hunting on his own for most of the season, but it was ever to his sister that he returned. Eventually, even this light rain ends. The dry season has begun. For most, this is a time of hunkering down. Hard times are ahead. For much of the morning, Buu stalks a pair of trident deer, but they keep evading or passing into foliage too dense for him to follow. He's now 700 kilos. They would be a lot of effort to catch and provide at most a single meal, assuming he could even catch them. It seems he decides fishing is more worth his time. And so he finds himself at the edge of a channel on the shore of Asha's territory. Tonburu's courtship with the local queen has come to an end. Given her dominance, she doesn't seem interested in him seeing their eggs even to laying. In her eyes, he's just another mouth to feed. Not ideal on the eve of scarcity. He doesn't seem to mind. He knows he needs to leave. There's a brief window for his journey, and the window closes soon. After a long drink, Tonburu marches through the basin. He's headed south, not north. Buu follows in his wake. Normally, he wouldn't dare swim through the deeper channels, but Tonburu is a sufficient deterrent for even the largest caiman. They come to the mouth of a valley. It's not the valley Buu grew up in, but similar in broad strokes of sight and scent. Rather than winding southeast, this valley cuts directly south. This is not a route Tonburu uses often. Normally, he takes a pass further west. However, this is how he got to the basin this year, and this is how he'll depart. Buu has no idea where they're going, but he decides to trust this old veteran. One north, one south. Neither of our twins know it, but their lives are about to change. pair of enormous theropods march up a valley. Well, one of them is enormous. At 10 tons and 13 meters of length, Buu is large for his kind. A Zentaur, the largest terrestrial predator in Chimeir. A few paces behind, at over 6 meters but only 700 kilos, is a lanky juvenile of his species. This is Buu. The pair are marching south. This journey takes them up the valleys and into distant mountains. They pass over a creek, where Buu pauses for a drink before following this giant stranger. Almost 200 miles to the north, another pair of Zentaur pass through a sunflower grove. Tenera, Buu's twin, maintains a steady jog. Though her left arm is tucked in and back as convention, her right hangs loose at her side. She follows close behind her and Buu's elder sister, Shiraxa. For 3 days now, Shiraxa has been leading Tenera out of the basin. She has spent the last few dry seasons up north. The good times aren't as plentiful, but the dry season yet has abundance of good game for theropods of their size, and open dry ground that they can make good use of their speed. She's taking Tenera to the Titan Gardens. To the south, Buu is also in for a new habitat. Bamboo forests with scattered highland lakes between. This is not their destination, though. Just a passage between where they're headed and the basin whence they came. Buu sticks close to Buu, as close as he dares. This stranger is formidable, scarred and bristling. Buu has seen Zentaur cannibalize one another. The other young Zentaur in the basin, especially those older and larger than he and his sister, were just as deadly as the fireback terror birds. Even so, Buu doesn't seem aggressive. Perhaps not welcoming, but he's made no complaints about his little shadow. When they sleep at night, Buu rests closer each evening, and so far he's been fine. Being close to this stranger, even if he's dangerous, is preferable to the myriad unknowns that Buu smells and sees around them. During the days, Buu chases and catches a few pika and hegetotheres. Not a lot of larger options, at least none he's equipped to catch, but a mediocre meal is still a meal. The old Zentaur doesn't have a lot of good options for satisfying meals either, and besides, he hasn't time for hunting. Buu smells a range of prey options he's familiar with, but the bamboo forests are difficult to navigate, so he sticks to more open trails. Unlike Buu isn't large enough to force his own trails. Buu has to follow the paths that are already present. However, he rarely strays far. Buu has had companionship his whole life. He doesn't like to be alone. Losing Buu is a more daunting prospect than hunger. Buu smells an ungulate on their 3rd day in the bamboo forests. Its scent is carried down a creek. Though smell is an imperfect metric to estimate size, it seems large. Maybe worth investigating, but he's cautious. The trail leads him to a clearing, made wider by the messy foraging of something big. The scent is thick here. He's close. There's crunching up ahead as something chews through thick bamboo. A trio of broad-backed creatures are just ahead, crouched on the eastern shore. Light shining through the bamboo gives stripes to their scattered forms, but he identifies their size as being not much greater than their own. They're shaped like sloths, but smell like hoofed animals. Though he's locked in ahead, a startling noise comes from above. The long-armed form of a confounding beast crawls into view over a shallow creek bed. Like a sloth, its arms end in long, hooked claws. Its head is short and broad. However, despite this appearance, Baru's nose has not deceived him. This is a calicotherium of the genus Hesperotherium. Stallions of these monstrosities can exceed 2 tons, and this male isn't far behind the species maximum. As the stallion screams down at Baru, taking a mighty swipe with his long-clawed mitt, our young theropod flees in abject terror. To the north, Tenera also explores new terrain. The trees here are enormous. Gone is the dominance of swamp cypress trees she's grown used to over the past few years, instead being replaced by the likes of Turchak cedar, juniper, ginkgo, redwoods, teak, baobab, and mahogany. The abundance of Turchak cedar here means their toxins are amplified compared to their scattered impact up in the highlands and being all but washed out in the basins. The soil is dry and firm underfoot. Movement of titans, coupled with the staggering size of the trees casting shadows, means that there's a surprising openness to the forest floor. Not many thickets, mostly just a few beds of shade-adapted ferns, and really only dense understory of larger ferns and horsetails near felled trees or rivers. This open terrain is ideal for cursorial predators like Zentaur. Indeed, she smells far more of her kind here than there were in the basin. Yes, there were adult Zentaur as top predators, and while there were a few other young Zentaur, they weren't ever a particularly abundant fauna. Here, Zentaur of her age and above have scent markings all around. Broadly speaking, she detects a lot of the same fauna. There's deer and antelope alongside elasmarians and thescelosaurs as the majority of fauna in her ideal hunting range. Baraphont, sloths, and large thescelosaurs are the more abundant big herbivores. Things too large for her to consider at this time. Majanook are more frequent here than in the basin, but still aren't especially common. Hyenas aren't especially abundant, but they're certainly more common here than in the wetlands. There's also no red panthers, surprising considering they were the most common large mammal predator in the basin. Common cockatrice are the most abundant predator in their size range, followed by Sulan. She doesn't smell many olifant, slinghorn, lions, or terror birds. She doesn't know it, but these animals prefer dense forests. There are a few new creatures. Among the most common large mammal herbivore is the trocatul, something she's barely encountered in the basin and never hunted. Their herds aren't particularly large, typically around a dozen animals, but they are very common. Another frequent sight is a relative of the jacketed runendrake she hunted up in the mountains during her youth, the northern or violet helmeted runendrake. These are much more cursorial animals than their highland relatives. Their backs feature a tall hump to support strong muscles, and their tails slope down to anchor the massive leg and tail muscles that drive their running for an astonishingly powerful stride. They lack her endurance, but are among the fastest animals in the forest. They may lack the quills, spurs, or sharp plates of a common drake, but they yet have fangs and long hand claws that look like they would make capture not the end of the challenge in a hunt. Of course, the defining fauna of the Titan Gardens are the titans themselves. Tenera has known keratoderms her whole life, but she's only seen them at nesting sites, hatchlings trying to make it in the abundant cover of the swamp, or fringe pioneers like Shakinaru. This is the true domain of titans. She sees ample mixed herds of many ages and sexes. Most of these are immature individuals. For the first decade and a half of their lives, titans are singularly focused on feeding and growing. Once they hit their first few tons, these gardens are their perfect habitat. Plenty of horsetails and ferns to make up the base of their diet, along with felled seeds and saplings of looming trees. The felling of even these enormous trees is facilitated by the adults now making their way back to the gardens after mating and laying in the basins. The steps of each 20 to 40 ton adult breaks the roots, so eventually even trees towering over them are weakened and collapse. This opens space for new growth and allows young titans and other comparatively small herbivores to feed. The toxin secreted by highly abundant Turchak cedar and spread in titan dung means there's a fairly narrow range of plants that can take hold in this soil. Mostly it's Turchak saplings and other plants adapted to these toxic and acidic conditions. However, plants are constantly adapting to this context, forcing the allelopathic toxins to become increasingly potent. Though grass is rare, several species have elbowed their way into a few scattered niches in the understory and near waters. We might more easily comprehend the evolutionary arms race raging between the beasts of Chimeir, but the conflicts of flora is just as aggressive and dynamic. Shiraxa takes down a Trocatul. It's a large cow. Tenera is not one to stand back normally, but she's injured. Her right arm still hangs loose even days after her fight with the terror bird Rashu. Her sister seems happy for some company, but she's still a solitary predator and not willing to share the prime cuts. Shiraxa also has a staggering caloric demand. She's not just eating for conventional growth and sustenance. She has begun the years in which she will be constructing her adult frame. She'll gain a ton or more each year over the next 4 to 6 years. Every meal counts, and she is ravenous. Only once her sister has had her fill of organs and flanks, Tenera steps in and feeds. Though Tenera's injury looks bad, it's a bit deceptive. Yes, there's torn tendons and muscle, and the exposure is infected, but the worst is merely a dislocation. It may right itself, but of course she's not medically aware of the issue or solution, so it can only be fixed by chance. Thankfully, she's been able to fill up most days on Shirax's kills, so at least she's not going hungry. Up in the highlands, Buu is not so lucky. Tonbaru might let him scavenge, but the old male isn't making any kills. There's no scraps to pick over. Their march presently takes them up and down a series of rippling mountains. There's plenty of lakes in the basins, and these sanctuaries are on the warmer side, but the higher passes get quite cold. There's a lot of game that Buu smells in the valleys, but it's all too densely vegetated for Tonbaru to navigate with the sort of discretion he'd need to hunt. Instead, he either follows the same path he took to get here, or shoves his way through bamboo growing in the way. Not exactly ideal conditions to take down prey. It has now been a week since the old bull has eaten. He's huge and has ample reserves from his time in the basin. Buu is not so fortunate. A blessing comes to them in the form of another predator having made a kill along the slopes at the edge of the bamboo forest. Their savior is an animal that at first glance doesn't look too different from Buu. His legs are shorter and stocky, but overall the narrow jaws, long clawed hands, and slender frame are quite similar. Even a juvenile Zentaur has some bulk though, and this predator is shockingly compressed in comparison. At just over 7 meters, he's longer than Buu but weighs slightly less due to his almost comically narrow build from a front-wise perspective. This is a Darun, apex predator of these highland bamboo forests. Like them, he's a megaraptoran, but of a distinct lineage, the Saraconichids. He's looming over the corpse of his most recent kill, a large male Gigantopithecus. He's already opened the belly and had a few bites. He may be king here in this hinterland, but he's no fool. Tonbru is over an order of magnitude larger. The Darun abandons the kill, slinking away into the bamboo forest. He's an excellent killer well suited for taking down local prey. That's a far easier prospect. He'd much rather kill another ape, calicothir, or takin than wait another second in the presence of a lowland monarch. Tonbru removes the limbs and swallows each, then carries on. Buu packs in as much of the ape as he can, then catches up to his massive companion. In the north, Chiraxa and Tenera also dabble in scavenging. A troop of common cockatrice has taken down a young Wojun bear sloth. Though the dominant female that made the kill begins a challenge against the much larger Tenera, Chiraxa's arrival at the kill makes even this large cockatrice flee. However, most of their meals are taken by their own hunting efforts. The Runen Drake are faster than even Chiraxa, especially in initial acceleration and sprint, but she is still able to take down a few through her superior endurance. Though the adults are more than Tenera dares tackle, after a few days supplementing with what remains of her sister's kills, she pursues a juvenile of a few hundred kilos. As are the adults, this young Elasmarian is faster than Tenera in its initial flight. Fortunately, she quickly overtakes the difference. With a bite at her good arm, she makes the kill. She does have to quickly retreat as the Drake's mother circles back and runs her off, but she's able to claim her kill a few minutes later. However, she doesn't get long before she's got company of her own. Another red sloth, the same species she and Chiraxa stole a kill of a few days prior, now approaches Tenera with her slain Runen Drake. Like the Hukogor she met a few years prior, bear sloths like this Wojun supplement their primarily herbivorous diet with meat. He's almost 2 tons, backed by formidable claws and long tusks. Though she's defensive of her meal, she stands down, retreating as he makes a final rush. Bear sloths can make their own kills, but most of their meat is stolen. The next morning, as she and Chiraxa awaken to begin the day's hunt, Tenera stretches. With a pop, she and Chiraxa hop and look about in confusion. Tenera's arm has reset. She doesn't really notice the difference, it's merely the pain and discomfort are no longer lingering frustrations in the back of her mind. Yes, there's still some pain at the site of infection and injury, but it's largely improved. She will bear a scar for the rest of her life, and grow no feathers in that patch, but it's a small price to pay considering how close the hook of Rashu's beak was to opening her throat and ending her life. Her next few hunts are more successful now that she has a full arsenal as an increasingly familiar with local game. The cast of prey and other predators is becoming increasingly familiar to her. Of course, the most abundant competition are other young Zentaur. Generally speaking, size is everything in these conflicts. Tenera learns that she can reliably steal kills from younger Zentaur, but older ones run her off. On occasion, she and Shiraxa will hunt together, but mostly they spend their downtime together. A few nights they do spend apart, but for the most part they are united in the evenings. It has become a comfortable routine, and both sisters are thriving. Again, and unfortunately, the same cannot be said of Tenera and Buu. They're now deep in the mountains. The few valley lakes are scarce. No game to be had now. There's no longer dense forests of bamboo, but the terrain underfoot is too uneven to move at a relevant pace for hunting. Buu spots a species of small takin and ibex on the peaks and slopes, but not something he's yet desperate enough to chase. Another respite comes in the form of an ibex slain by a saber-toothed cat, the Haraud. Buu is able to effortlessly see the cat off, and he's able to get a few bites in before Tenera runs him off in turn and swallows the rest whole following a decapitation. It's cold during the day, but at night it's absolutely frigid. Wind comes from the north, blowing a dusting of snow down onto Buu and Tenera. Though Buu has experienced an occasional frost when he and his sister were in the highlands, he's never seen snow before. He thinks of his sister, perhaps wishing he could be beside her. His desire for some companionship sees him inch closer and closer to Tenera. Finally, he's right beside the old bull, leaning against his warm bulk. Surprisingly, Tenera accepts it. Perhaps there's something familiar about this young Zentaur's scent. They may be distant relatives. This might soften his opinion. Or maybe Tenera isn't as averse to companionship as he might seem, just hasn't looked for it before. He's kept to himself for decades. He's never sought out company, short of brief trysts in the mating season. However, now that Buu is seeking his company, he doesn't lean away. Instead, he shifts so he's pressing back against the little Zentaur, letting a full side of Buu keep warm. After travel for a few more days, they are finally on the downward slope of the mountains. On this side of the mountains, it's very dry. Even the mighty storms that roll over the vast forests of the north for 1,000 miles rarely have the strength to cross the mountains, so there's only a very occasional northbound storm and spring-sourced rivers that irrigate this side of the mountains. Unlike the conifers, firs, and horsetails he's familiar with back home, Buu instead finds grass to be the most dominant plant here. The forests are mostly pine this high up. In many ways, it seems similar to the months he and Tenera spent hunting deer. Though Buu remains near his companion, as the downward slope march gets increasingly warm, he's ever more confident in meandering further. Though there's lots of grass, he hasn't seen much game along these slopes. Mostly takin, ibex, small elasmarians, and pika. Songs of bagpipe drakes, a type of elasmarian, ring out over the hills as the dispersing herds keep tabs on one another. Aside from this, the wind and an occasional bird song, it's mostly quiet. Any sound comes as a bit jarring from the general silence. Compared to the constant hum of insects, passerthers, and birds he's used to hearing throughout his life, it's an odd lack of ambience. Buu chases a few takin grazing in a valley. He's faster than them and quickly catches one of the younger females. Not lying into his feast, however, something grumbles from within a nearby cave. With a shift in the wind, He smells a bear. Even the occasional uku bear he met in the basin were far too small to be concerned at his size, 200 kilos at most, though he still turns to see it off. The sun is blotted out as an enormous form looms into view. A cave bear stands tall on its hind legs. It's not looking for a fight, just an easy meal. At just over a ton, he is certainly larger than Buu, substantially taller in this position. When Buu doesn't immediately back off, though, the bear lunges. Before it can make contact, however, Tonburu's jaws clamp down on its neck with sufficient force to break. The old Zentaur was drawn to the smell of Buu's kill, but the bear will of course make a far more satisfying meal. Cave bears aren't common, having to retreat up here to these highlands, as much of their former range is lost to a relative of the bear sloths Tenera has encountered up north. He is one of the largest predators in this region, though none of that mattered in the face of a theropod 10 times his size. The bear marks Tonburu's first proper meal in over a week. Buu is happy to have his takin to himself. It is a welcome respite for both theropods. To the north, Chimeir knows no such scarcity. As her wound heals, she is increasingly proficient with taking down Runendrake, while Shiraxa favors Trocatul. Tenera tries her hand at her sister's favored prey. Unlike Runendrake, these Lepidopterans are slower than our young Zentaur is at full sprint. However, their challenge comes with agility. While Runendrake are fairly easy to capture once you catch up, Trocatul are able to pivot and evade with shocking deftness. Tenera takes more kicks to the chest than captures, and evasion more than both combined. She still hasn't managed to take one down once it is caught. They buck in turn, making grappling difficult to secure. Shiraxa has become a master of grabbing the back of their neck and focusing her claws to the base of the throat, ignoring the center mass Tenera keeps trying to target. Even with her many failures, however, Tenera is still reliably able to fill her belly most days. She is starting to become acquainted with other Zentaur in the area. While they aren't a social species, they still know the others in the region. While most are of a similar range of brown to gold as Tenera's family, a few have light cream patches or are so dark they only have noticeable patterns in good light. One of these darker Zentaur is a young male, Aratu, who has taken a liking to Shiraxa. At 3.5 tons, he's a full ton heavier than her, but that's to be expected. He's only a year her senior, but reaching maturity has triggered his growth. He's occasionally initiated a courtship dance with Shiraxa. This is 2 months past the end of the mating season. She has no territory to claim and has little interest in mating even though he is mature. Aratu has of course never mated either. He has no idea what he's doing, just following instincts in her presence. Since he's not trying to steal her kills, Shiraxa seems to tolerate his presence but never reciprocates the dance. Tenera has drawn far less amiable interest. A trio of young Zentaur, 2 males and a female, have been shadowing her for a few days. They are 2 years younger than her. At a little over 500 kilos, they're large for their age at around 2/3 her size. Not a threat on her own, but vexing in a group. There's something familiar about their scent, but Tenera can't quite place it. They look a little strange to her. They have a full coat of feathering, but it's sparse, pale and soft. Maybe she thinks them diseased, or perhaps their persistence is just off-putting to her. She hasn't gotten violent with them yet, but comes close as they bite her tail while she's feeding. It has now been a month since she and Buu were separated. She's getting used to life in the gardens and thriving alongside her elder sister. She does think of Buu from time to time. Perhaps she's missing him. Now and then she lets out a call. Of course, it's long since he could hear her. Perhaps she wonders where he is, but she doesn't spend much time looking. Her attention is on exploring this new home and growing in its bounty. She cannot find him, and can't afford to look too hard. She must eat and grow, and this is a perfect place to do so. After feeding on the bear, Buu and Buu descend down the mountains. Aside from a few small elasmarians and birds, most of the creatures they smell are mammals. Marsupials are especially common in a way they were not in the hollers and basin. Some passerthiers and other multituberculates also fill out the cast. Most of the larger game, however, are mammals. There is a new species of Bérafant. It's not near as large as the Bérafant he's known about since childhood, but they're still impressive beasts at around 2 to 3 tons. They form small herds. Buu doesn't know it, but these aren't resident animals. They're more common in the lowlands, but like their northern cousins, often range upland to explore fresh pastures. There's also a few of an oddly enormous multituberculate, the Lasuga. They are a giant cousin of the more abundant spur-footed marmots. Like their little cousins, they dig short burrows to keep warm and avoid predators. They feed on a range of pines, both needles, cones, and the bark. Most abundant of the resident animals up in these highlands is a species of takin. Not the same he saw in the mountains. These are larger and lighter. Like the Bérafant, they form small herds but are far more abundant than the toxodonts. Like takin in the mountains, these are quite sure-footed, quickly taking to high ground as Buu jogs nearby. He considers hunting them. After all, ranging between 600 kilos to over a ton, they would make a fine meal. However, since Buu continues down the slopes, Buu follows him. They spend the night beside a creek. Buu tries his hand at hunting takin during twilight, but they have far superior night vision and know the terrain better and easily evade his hunts. He also finds the body of a young takin in the tree, cached up there by a leopard. The panther is nowhere to be seen, and the body is far out of Buu's reach. Hungry and disappointed, Buu returns to Buu. That morning, the boys continue their journey down the mountains. Though there is still plenty of takin and Bérafant, come late morning, an abundance of more familiar and enticing game greets Buu. An enormous herd of deer. These are red stags. Another species of cervalces, like the trident deer, these are massive, with does 300 and bulls up to 500 kilos. The herd assembles near the highlands are in rut. Not far off is an even larger deer, the rose elk, which stands 2.5 meters at the shoulder and weighs in at 800 kilos. They aren't nearly as abundant as red stags, but rose elk still gather here. Though Buu is tempted to hunt, Buu carries on down the hill. He's not interested in deer. There are other predators here. Though Buu has smelled them for several days now, he finally spots a group of Homotherium. 2 have blonde fur, one is a light brown, while the other is black. They are a different species than he's used to. Generally, they have lighter fur and are a bit larger, but overall, this is a very similar animal. One-on-one, he wouldn't worry, but 4 against him has slight cause for concern, especially the largest male. Luckily, he's not their target. They're more interested in the deer. Even so, he does look back toward Buu. Perhaps he should follow. Eventually, hunger gets the better of Buu. Thankfully, he manages to quickly bring down a red stag. It was an easy enough catch and kill, as the bull had been battling other males all morning. Buu doesn't want his guide getting far. After quickly packing in the prized organs, he abandons the kill and runs after Tonbru. The family of Homotherium watching from the sidelines quickly converge. Much like the deer, Barafont, and cats, there are other relatives of animals he grew up with. Water buffalo in the basin up north are around 200 to 400 kilos. Viable prey, even the largest bulls. The relatives here, aurochs, are enormous by comparison. Aurochs can weigh up to a ton in large males, and even the 500-kilo cows don't look like they'd be easy to take down. Buu only sees a few on the fringes of nearby pine forests, but their scent is more common within. He's not hungry anymore, and is intent on catching up to Tonbru. He smells no other Zentaur here. No terror birds or cockatrice either. Strange, considering their incredible abundance of game, but a welcome absence all the same. He smells other predators, all familiar. Hyenas, leopards, jackals, and lions. They all smell a bit off from what he's used to, but nothing revolutionary. At his 700 kilos, none of these are animals Buu needs to worry about. The ground is finally starting to level out. Soon he passes a herd of among the most abundant large herbivores in this ecosystem. Horses. He's never smelled anything quite like it. The closest match was the Hugor Calicathir that gave him such a fright in the bamboo forests. As one of the stallions unleashes a similar scream at him, Buu runs off. His mind may change later, but for now, his fearful encounter with the Calicathir has made him decide horses are too dangerous to risk hunting. There is also a herd of the first large dinosaurs he has seen here. It is an Elasmarian, indeed within the same genus as the one his twin sister now favors, Trechosaurus. These Runendrake are larger and a bit stockier, but generally similar. They are primarily browsers, feeding on the patches of trees, though he spots them dabble in grass. At 1.5 to 3 tons, the adults are more than he's equipped to tackle, though there's an abundance of juveniles decreasing from adulthood by half a ton or so each year. These might be more viable prey, but he's more interested in meeting up with Tonbru once more. Finally, later that morning, Buu catches up to the old Zentaur. Not many footprints in this hard soil, and the strongest winds blow down the mountains, so catching up to the scent was difficult. Tonbru continues his walk. Buu jogs up beside him. Their march continues to evening. They pass another few herds of Barafont, one of them being much larger than those in the highlands. Scattered amongst the Barafont are dozens of birds. Emus. Like the uru he's grown up so used to tackling, these flightless birds could make a satisfying meal, but they're smaller and likely more nimble. Might not be worth the chase. Not worth the effort to catch. There's also a rhino grazing within the herd. It is a species of Stephanorhinus. A mixed feeder equally at home in forests and grasslands. The rhino or Barafont would both be an easy kill and filling meal for Tonbru, but still the great predator ignores them. His aim is just ahead. 4 young bull mammoths. At between 5 and 7 tons each, they are around the size of the largest bull olifant Buu knows from the north, though are considerably taller. Though young mammoths are concerned about several hunters, especially Homotherium, these bulls are long since immune to predation from resident killers. However, at the scent of approaching Zentaur upwind, 3 of the mammoths quickly turn and aim their curved tusks at Tonbru. This is not the first Zentaur they have met. Indeed, they may well have even encountered Tonbru himself in seasons past. The 4th mammoth does not react as aggressively, but mimics the positions and bellows as well, trusting his companions. Zentaur are rare here, with only females like Tenbru spending much of their lives in the south, where there's abundant game only they can exploit. Most are to the east, with easier passage. So far, Zentaur have not established a resident population. Not enough females to have settled down and keep the males here. It may be hard to nest and perhaps too cold for younger chicks. However, hunting mammoths is a superb source of food, especially for Zentaur in the peak of their growth. Between the ages of 12 and 16, Zentaur grow a ton or more. This is when they rocket to skeletal maturity. Some might continue growth, especially bulking up to fill out this frame they've spent their adolescence constructing, but usually they slow growth by around 18. If they don't get enough food in these years, they won't be able to ever make up the deficit. This is why Baru's mother was almost 5 tons smaller than the great Asha. Priha isn't in poor health, she's just a lot smaller. She also doesn't need as much food as Asha. This plasticity and size is an adaptation, not a deficit. It allows the species to be quite flexible. That said, with great size comes dominance and success when times are good. Tenbru first came to the southern steppes when he wasn't much older than Baru. He then remained here for 5 years as he grew during his peak, before returning north to begin mating. While he was in the south, mammoths were his favored prey. His great size today is in no small part due to getting a massive frame in this context decades prior. Baru may now well be set up for the same success if he's able to learn how to take down these behemoths. Unfortunately, their cover is blown. The mammoths keep their tusks aimed at the enormous theropods. Tenbru doesn't seem to mind. He didn't approach from downwind. A rookie mistake. He seems indifferent, though, and carries on. The mammoths don't know it, but he wasn't hunting. He's surveying. Taking stock of what's in this region. Trying to determine if it's worth remaining. He's hunted 1,000 miles in either direction. Nothing special tying him here. Baru doesn't know any of this, of course. He's just taking in all the new sights and smells. That said, he's already getting very hungry. He filled up on deer that morning, but Baru is already looking for his next meal. Though at 8.5 years old, he's still a few years from his staggering growth spurt, he's still growing fast and his metabolism is working overtime. Another massive herd of ungulates meanders nearby, a species of deer. They're intermediate in size between trident deer and red stags. A fine meal, and likely easy for Baru to catch and kill at his age. As they survey, they are blessed by a caribou already slain. By scent blowing their way, Baru can tell it was brought down by a lion. At first, this odor is of little consequence. Baru is more than 4 times larger than a large lion back in the basin. However, the lion that looms over this caribou is much larger than the lions back home. At 600 kilos, he's almost as large as Baru. Yet, it only takes a brief look at Tenbru before the lion stops mid-roar and flees his carcass. Though Baru might hope for a shank, it seems the better part of 2 days without a meal has finally caught up to Tenbru. With a foot on the antlered head, the old bird rips the reindeer in half, then swallows each whole. Once he's finished, only the head and a few messy remains are there for Baru. It was already partially consumed by the lion that killed it, so not much to fill even a large Zentaur, much less any to spare. Without acknowledgement, the enormous theropod begins a slow walk toward the nearby forest of birch, maple, and pine. Baru decides to catch his own meal, and what he was able to collect was entirely unsatisfying. The herd of caribou nearby initially presents an appealing target, but he quickly slows when he notices a few herds of horses scattered about. His caution alerts his prey to his presence, and the herd keeps their distance. Not in the mood to give up, he makes several attempts, numerous failed charges. Though caribou are faster than he is, he can run at his top speed for far longer and eventually closes in. However, caribou are frustratingly deft on their feet, especially as they retreat upland. The horses, thankfully, carry on toward the lower ground, so are no longer making Buu so nervous. He continues on after the caribou with renewed enthusiasm, but each time he almost has reached them, they evade or sprint ahead. His endurance is far superior, but the shifting herds and increasing wariness of the uneven terrain, frustration is taking a greater toll than fitness. Also, with each moment as twilight sets to darkness, his vision becomes increasingly paired while the caribou are fine. He hisses and stamps. After what seems like the 100th miss, he launches himself onto a fallen log, snapping and biting at the bark. Finally, he gives up, resigned to failure, and settles down with Buu at the forest's edge. In the morning, Tonbrou stretches, then departs. This time he's keeping to the trees. He scans the horizon, sensing not only the direction of wind around them, but also watching the shifting waves of grass to see whether the wind and accounts for it in his advance. There's a few scattered tree stands out in the fields beyond. It's not much, but he cuts across the field toward them, reaching what seems to be an ideal approach. Buu follows, but stays back. So far, he's seen Tonbrou scavenge far more than he's killed. However, he's learned much of the most important hunting lessons by observation. He can see clear differences in how Tonbrou walks now compared to the past few weeks. Now, the enormous monarch is on the hunt. Once he's near the trees, Buu sees what his mentor has been watching. The 4 mammoths they spotted the day before. The 3 of them are further out. One of the younger bulls is closer to the trees. The one who didn't seem to recognize Zentaur as much of a threat. He's presently scratching his shoulder against a paper birch, rolling the bark off in the process. These mammoths almost exclusively eat grass, and they enjoy the security of an open field, but sometimes there's just the wrong itch to scratch, and it's nice to have a few trees around. Tonbrou steps closer. A trumpet out in the field draws Buu's attention. The largest and eldest of the bulls charges forward, bellowing out an alarm. Before the young mammoth can turn, Buu is upon him. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to ideally position himself. With his old male much preferred a flawless execution, Tonbrou has not eaten well of late, and seems to decide it's worth a rough tumble. Tonbrou lunges forward at the mammoth's back leg as it turns. It manages to sidestep, driving a tusk toward Tonbru's chest. Before it can make contact, though, Tonbrou bites the base of the tusk, turning to head away. He is forced to step back as the mammoth pushes toward him instead of trying to get away. It kicks forward further, pressing the attack. With a low grunt, Tonbrou pushes and turns, letting the mammoth's efforts turn in an arc. Though he often walks slow, he's still a lightly built and agile predator for his tremendous size, and uses this great strength to good use. He rears up, pressing his chest down on the mammoth's back so he can grasp with claws and bite higher on the neck. However, before he can execute, the other mammoths have closed in. Tonbrou disengages, taking several steps back to keep the injured mammoth between himself and the reinforcements. He is forced to retreat. The mammoths continue after, forcing him and Buu to continue out on the open grass toward the main forest, where the mammoths halt. They know better than to pursue Zentaur into ample cover. Even so, they bellow and roar from the edge of the forest. Even the younger bull has followed, adding his bellows to the chorus. After 10 minutes of this, the mammoths finally back up, still facing the woods, only easing once they've added considerable distance. Unfortunately for Tonbru, his attack was comprised mostly of surface injuries. Painful, but unlikely to fester. The young mammoth bull will survive, and take in the scent of Zentaur far more seriously going forward. Though he didn't witness a successful kill, Buu still learned an important lesson. Mammoths are intelligent, social, and cooperative. Oliphant cows helped one another, but often their reaction was slower, and only the eldest matriarch was large enough to properly risk a brawl. Oliphant bulls are solitary. Mammoths are not. Even so, Tonbru seems undeterred. He's failed plenty of hunts. He needs a meal, but doesn't seem especially frustrated by this outcome. Doesn't throw a tantrum like Buu did the night before. Tonbru settles down to relax and recuperate, but Buu is hungry. Rather than try to catch caribou and fail again, he instead explores the forest behind them. The trees here are broadly similar to those he encountered in the highlands back when he and Tenera spent a year hunting trident deer. It's a much lower elevation, but the temperature is similar. He smells a range of familiar animals. Again, he encounters one of the runendrake. This one's a large male, 3.5 tons. It's busy browsing, but does hiss down at Buu as he approaches. Buu gives this creature a wide berth. His next encounter is with a massive black bear sloth drinking from a creek. At around 3 tons, it's far too large for Buu to even consider hunting. The sloth ignores him, seeming quite content to feast on the currants growing in the thicket. He finally comes across a skeletal carcass of an aurochs, a few days old and cached under some leaves. It's been quite cleaned over after being killed by a lion, but Buu tides himself over on whatever cold scraps remain. There are pheasants here. He chases several, though likely more out of boredom than genuine effort. He also comes across a range of small mammals, chasing some into burrows and up trees. He catches a bandicoot, but at just over 2 kilos, hardly a satisfying meal. The scent of deer catches his attention. Hunting a deer in the cover of a forest seems quite viable. However, the deer his nose leads him toward are anything but potential prey. A cow moose with 2 calves. She's nearly a ton, and her 5-month-old calves are already each 350 kilos. The calves might be viable prey, but their mother looming over is a formidable guardian. Not far upstream is a greater cause of concern. A bull moose. He's just over 2 tons and stands nearly 3 meters at the shoulder. One of the largest hoofed animals in this region. This cow has just weaned her calves and is ready to mate. The bull has come here to oblige her desires. However, he's not alone. A younger bull approaches from downwind of Buu. If he notices the scent of the young megaraptoran, he doesn't seem to care. This younger bull weighs 1.5 tons. Far short of the older bull in terms of mass, but he's almost as tall, younger, and more energetic. He rushes to the older rival, and Buu falls back. The cow and her calves also seem nervous. She hasn't scented Buu, and actually pushes her young toward him in an effort to keep them away from the impending duel. The giant moose clash. As they are forest animals, their antlers sweep back, rather than spanning out like the antlers of the rose elk Baru saw the day before. The brawl quickly sees the older male prove advantage of his superior mass, shoving the younger male back toward the stream and closer to Baru and the calves. Baru flees. Though he might have had a chance at catching one of the young moose, it seems he's overwhelmed and not willing to risk getting caught up in the duel. This proves a wise decision. Just as he begins to slow, the younger male moose gallops toward him. Thundering at twice his mass, the giant deer could easily crush him underfoot. Thankfully, it's not trying to. With the older bull hot on his hooves, the young moose is just trying to get away. Perhaps someday, moose may well prove to be a perfect prey for a Zentaur like Baru who grew up hunting deer. However, that's a few years off. For now, he makes himself scarce as the older bull moose scores several painful reminders on the younger male to prove who runs this forest. Out on the prairie, Tonbru has caught a Barafont. He's had his fill, and lets Baru come out and scavenge first. There's an assembly of hyenas and wolves waiting for their turn. Baru has seen both before, but they are of different species than their counterparts in the basin. Jackals here are twice the size of their counterparts in the north. These spotted hyenas are around the same size, a bit shorter and more robust, though the main distinction is in social structure. Like cockatrice, they usually hunt alone but live in small groups. While hyenas up north were rare and lived in groups of 3 to 5, hyenas here are much more socially complex, with clans numbering between a few dozen to over 100. They may normally bring down their own prey. Hyenas are happy to scavenge, especially since their robust jaws are capable of processing more meat than other predators. However, after Baru finished, another scavenger arrives to claim a turn before the hyenas and wolves. In much of Baru's youth, he knew of pterosaurs. Bat-hawk tapajarids were a potential threat for the first few months of his life, but after that, they weren't much more than a nuisance. This bat-hawk, however, could well pose a threat. Standing just over 4 meters tall and weighing in at half a ton, this Titan crow is a formidable sight to behold. He's just arrived from his primary feeding ground to the south, on a continent far across the ocean. Winters in Kaishel get colder than he prefers. Most of his kind are local, spending much of the year in the southern islands. However, like our Zentaur, some male Titan crows choose to migrate further south to hunt an abundance of game without much competition. Soon, he will begin searching for a mate. Titan crows need 2 to 3 months to incubate. Not as long as Zentaur eggs, but still long enough that they can't afford to mate and lay during the spring if they want their chicks to have enough time in the seasons of plenty to grow in size and strength. This Titan crow is used to stopping along the coast and bulking up before seeking a mate back down in the southern islands. None of the native predators dare challenge him. However, he knows better than to challenge a Zentaur, and waits for Baru to back off before stepping up for his portion. Over the next few days, they remain in this region. Baru manages to catch and kill a caribou after many more attempts. He also tries several of the herbivores on the grasslands, including a young Barafont, but continues to avoid horses. On the 5th day, a herd of 40 mammoth cows pass by. They are engaged in an infrasonic conversation with the bulls Tonbru failed to bring down days prior. The bulls gather, acting as a buffer as the herd passes. Tonbru doesn't even get up, but he does note their presence. Back in the forest, another species of proboscidean instead has his attention. What Baru first assumed was the scent of another mammoth instead reveals itself to him as he stalks a young moose cow. This is Paleoloxodon, Drenduga in the common tongue of Chimeir. This bull is a young adult, though at 13 tons, he's already far larger than the oldest mammoth they encountered out on the grasslands. Like the mammoths, he has a coat of brown fur, though his is far more sparse than their coats. Buu lets this huge elephant pass. It doesn't even cross his mind that this could be prey, but to Tonbru, approaching from downstream under the cover of ample foliage, this is actually more viable than the mammoths half his size, mostly due to a simple fact. This bull is alone. Drenduga aren't nearly as socially complex as mammoths. For them, size is their favored defense. The average member of his species is almost twice the size of a mammoth of the same age and sex. He can hear the distant infrasound of mammoths conversing and coordinating, but unlike Drenduga cows who use this to lay low, he's not paying it much heed. In his mind, mammoths are constantly fretting and chatting. His kind likely matches their intelligence, but with his size and strength and no calves to look after, there's not much reason to pay attention. The biggest predators in this region are lions, which would effortlessly be crushed underfoot. Even the 3-ton sloths or occasional cave bears have been too small to worry about for over a decade. He has simply never met a predator worth his concern by this age and size. He's from the far west. They never get Zentaur there. Indeed, it's rare for Zentaur to make this crossing here as well. They're far more likely to cross the mountains to the east, where there are several narrower passages with lower mountains, and therefore much easier to pass back and forth if they are still able to mate with female Zentaur in the north. It's understandable that this Drenduga doesn't have much to worry about. This overconfidence takes him through the forest. He shoves down trees and forages for a wide range of plant material. Unlike mammoths, who specialize in grass almost to the exclusion of all other foliage, Drenduga are bulk-feeding generalists, having more interest in quantity than particulars. If it's a plant, this bull will eat it. His meanderings take him between a few trees. Tonbru decides this is a perfect place to strike. He approaches from behind, keeping the wind ahead. His movements are slow, careful. This bull is not only heavier than him, he's a lot taller. Getting into the optimal strike position is going to be difficult. A bull this size could easily kill Tonbru if it goes poorly. Tonbru decides attacking to deal injury rather than establishing a grapple is his best way forward. Or perhaps it's not intentional, just the closest easy target. With a silent approach, Tonbru bites down hard on the bull's lower leg and yanks back. Positioned between trees as he is, the bull is unable to about-face and defend himself. He also can't kick back, as Tonbru has his leg off the ground. While Zentaur lack the astonishing bite force of T-Rex, he's still able to rend muscle and tendon. Tonbru keeps backing up, preventing the Drenduga from reclaiming any stability. The elephant tries to turn, but ends up pressing against a hawthorn tree. His tusks are tangled in the lower branches. Tonbru disengages, this time biting at a fold of skin where leg meets belly. Buu can't quite see the injury, but it adds agony to the elephant's furious and confused bellows. This combination of injury means the elephant cannot reliably bear weight on his left leg, and slumps down in that direction. With deftness alarming at his size, Tonbru steps back, then rounds to the other side. The Drenduga's tusks break free of the branches above, but his head is still high as the Zentaur closes in. Tonbru lunges ahead. His jaws clamp hard at the back of the elephant's neck. Pulling its head up, Tonbru then employs his claws for a swift kill. Several months pass by. Buu hunts caribou on the prairies, and red stag once they come back down the mountains and fill out the scattered woodlands. He also takes a liking to boar, which are fairly abundant in the forests. Once he learns that horses are viable prey and not nearly as dangerous as he first supposed, they also become quickly a favorite of his. They're a bit faster than him and he tends to avoid the larger stallions, but for the most part they become a reliable prey. The winter is cold by his perspective, but for this region it's fairly mild. Only twice is there even enough frost worth mentioning, and it doesn't snow. Buu is now 9 years old. He's over 800 kilos, having grown well on a diet of the abundant game here on the prairies. Buu and Tonbru tend to return to the same clearing to sleep, though spend most days apart hunting their different game. Buu does observe the giant theropod take down a few mammoths and elephants, learning from the master how to approach and execute. Like Buu, Tonbru is generally cautious. He spends hours, if not days, selecting a target, and has much higher rates of success because of his meticulous approach. As spring arrives, there's only the occasional rain that makes it over the mountains. It's enough that flowers bloom and a radiance of new colors takes over the prairie. There's no flooding, but it's humid enough for this abundance to grow. Up in the north, the wet season is in full swing. Tenera is also 800 kilos. The Titan Gardens have been kind to her. She's gotten quite talented at hunting Trocatul and Runendrake. On the banks of a stream, she's just brought down a Trocatul. At a ton, this kill was quite a rodeo, but observations of her sister and applying techniques has proven fruitful. It also helped that dry soil and a slick overcoat of mud leveled the disparity in Tenera's speed and her prey's agility. However, she's unwittingly made this kill upwind of a dominant Zentaur's territory. During the dry season, this female was fairly restricted in her movements, attending close to her nest. Now that her young have hatched, she's more diligent about marking her territory. These boundaries are known to resident Zentaur, but not a relative newcomer like Tenera. As far as she was concerned, this area was generally avoided by her peers, so worth exploring. This notion paid off given her present meal. A low rumbling, punctuated by flashes of lightning and a clap of thunder, is prelude to deadly company. A massive head passes into view around the craggy river bend. It is dark, featherless, and broad. Crimson eyes glare from below a crown of dark horns. As the full body steps into view, the true enormity can be appreciated. Since Tenera last saw her, 8 years ago, she has grown into her enormous frame. 15 tons is her claim to dominion. Heshekarata, Queen of the North. As the Colossus advances, Tenera makes the wise decision to flee. She will not hunt here again. Down south, Tonbru and Buu are awakened by a distant rumble of their own. For a moment, Buu anticipated the first proper storm, but the air is dry. Though the young megaraptoran is confused, Tonbru knows this sound well. Out on the fields, the caribou, Baraphont, horses, mammoths, and other grazers are all moving upland as new herbivores approach. Bison. These large bovids march in their thousands. They're not as tall as moose, but just as massive. Cows range between 5 and 800 kilos, while the largest bulls are upward of 2 tons. Males are armed with horns spanning almost 2 meters from tip to tip. Imposing beasts on their own, but the real marvel is the size of the herd. They are gathered in their thousands. Despite these numbers, however, bison are not especially abundant as a species. They are concentrated in a few massive herds who march up and down the coast. These migrations mean they are able to feed their tremendous numbers, but it does mean that animals who might otherwise dominate bison, like mammoths, toxodonts, and rhinos, all clear out as the bison approach. This is a time of plenty for predators. Not all members of the herd are so enormous. There's plenty of smaller cows that a large lion or group of hyenas or homotherium could reasonably handle. Also, this herd has recently given birth. Around 2,000 calves now bolster their numbers. They are generally kept toward the middle, especially as predators assemble. However, the most dangerous animal in this habitat follows the bison. Buu met humans many years ago. He and Tenera spent many months comfortably sharing space with Homo altus in the highlands. This is the same species of humans, but they lack the security of their mountain-dwelling kin. These are hunters who live in the open, so are much more aggressive by necessity. They've already made several kills. Using long, powerful bows, they're able to bring down buffalo toward the rear of the herd. Bison defend their injured members, so often these predators must wait for a few hours before they can assemble and begin butchery. They have to defend their kills from hyenas especially, leading to slain members of both species in a great conflict. While Buu has a fairly neutral opinion on humans, as they didn't bother him and Tenera but also weren't a source of food, Buu keeps his distance. Though they now comprise barely visible scars amidst his vast assortment of more overt marks, in his youth, Buu was pierced in the chest by human spears and several arrows. The injuries healed, but he was nearly slain and left with a distinct fear of these comparatively tiny primates. He follows the mammoths up to the highlands. Buu would rather face a cohort of bull mammoths than risk conflict with humans. Once the bison and their strange predators move on, life in the field resumes. Even though the vast herds chewed most of the grass to the root, they fertilized the pastures in their march. One of the rare rainstorms that comes up from the south passes over them, affording much-needed refreshment. A few weeks after the departure of the bison herds, the fields are thriving thanks to water and fertilization. In this way, bison are extremely beneficial to the habitat. Other herbivores must clear before them, but in their wake is a time of plenty. For the next few months, Buu grows fast. He gains over 100 kilos in a short time, bulking up on this plethora of prey. In early autumn, Buu knows it will soon be time for him to cross the mountains and seek a mate. He's been bulking up on a diet of elephants. He could probably make it. However, as occurred 2 years prior, he seems to decide it's not worth it. Perhaps he didn't get adequate surplus. Maybe he's just tired. It's a highly demanding journey. Instead, he chooses to remain with Buu, enjoying the bounties of this territory rather than making the perilous march north. The wet season was also kind to Tenera and Shiraxa. Tenera matches her twins' 950 kilos, while Shiraxa is now 3.5 tons. Thankfully, there is enough game that Shiraxa is tolerant of her sister's presence, though once Tenera reaches maturity, that acceptance may waver. After a year apart, our twins now both grow into formidable young vassals. They are well positioned to grow and thrive. Their next challenge will be reaching maturity. Soon, their bodies will demand a great stockpile of reserves. The flex as a bowstring is drawn. Once it is released, the race will be on. It will be imperative to grow as much as possible in these years in their mad, violent race toward monarchy. 2.5 years have passed since the conclusion of our last chapter. Buu and Tenera have both just turned 12 years old at the advent of the wet season. No longer are our twins pioneers of their respective homes in the southern steppes and Titan gardens. They are veterans of the slaughter. Up north, the first monsoon has come, and the Titan gardens are teeming with hatchling dinosaurs and lush undergrowth. Tenera is just under 2 tons and is 8 meters from snout to the tip of her feathered tail. In the south, winter has recently conceded to spring, and the fields are lush. This has been a good year to Tenera, but even better for Buu. He is also 8 meters long, but weighs in at 2 tons and 200 kilos. Thanks to a tremendous abundance of game, he's bulked up. They both look fairly robust, but that's about to change. The next 5 years are going to be of astonishing demand. These are the years in which they build their adult skeleton. They will be ravenous and unforgiving. They can endure harsh times in its aftermath with little consequence, but for now, every calorie they take increases their future size and chances. To make matters worse, both have reached maturity as hormones spike in anticipation of this growth. This rush of hormones technically makes them mature and capable of mating, but it's extremely rare for this capacity to even manifest in more than a fleeting interest in another Zentaur, and females almost never have the surplus to produce even a single egg, much less a clutch. Indeed, it makes them quite aggressive to other adults of their kind. Tenera still lives near her elder sister Shiraxa, but they rarely sleep together and hunt alone. Shiraxa was tolerant of her little sister when she was immature, but the past few months, as she has begun to stink of puberty, Shiraxa's tolerance of her sister wears ever thin. They even came to blows over a carcass, which they used to amiably share as long as Tenera understood her sister's meals came first. Shiraxa is nearing the end of her growth spurt. She's reached an impressive 12 meters in length and 6 tons of mass. She's still growing and will continue to do so over the next decade, but soon she will reach skeletal maturity and the demand won't be nearly as high. She's not yet at this plateau though, so can't spare anything for her sister. Now that Tenera needs her own surplus, the two have little benefit of staying close. Tenera mostly hunts Trocatul and Runendrake, while Shiraxa tackles the more robust Thescelosaurs and Baraphont in their habitat. This partitioning of favored game allows them to share territory, but Tenera can only tolerate her elder sister displacing her from so many kills before she has to hunt further and further away. Within the next few years, Shiraxa will have to relocate. This is very good hunting grounds here in the lowland Titan Gardens, but if she is to mate and nest, she will need to find some place that is easier to defend. This is such ideal hunting ground for subadult Zentaur because it has abundance of game, but no elevated terrain for an ideal nest site, nor natural defenses to protect and fortify. There's a reason no adults have claimed this territory. No adult Zentaur is great for the young, but it's not like this has been miraculously overlooked by other adults. If Shiraxa were to nest here, it's unlikely her eggs would last a week. Cockatrice, hyenas, homotherium, boar, and any number of small predators would feast on her first hunt away from the nest. She must find a place that she can defend, and all ideal locations are in the nearby river valleys feeding into this vast forest. All valleys claimed by larger, more dominant females. She will either have to retreat south to the basins and hollers whence she was born, or wait to nest until she's large enough to challenge one of the resident dominant females. The closest dominant female is Heshekrata. At 15 tons, this oversized queen came from the north and is, of course, far beyond what Shiraxa, almost a third her size, is up for challenging. However, some of the other territories are claimed by females between 7 and 9 tons. These are more viable if Shiraxa spends another year or two growing. She doesn't make the conscious decision to wait, but it seems to be what her body has decided. She would need to leave soon if she were going to claim a territory and settle in time to lay eggs in 6 to 7 months. That's how long her body would need to prepare. Instead, she remains in the lowland gardens, foregoing another year of nesting to focus on further growth. That said, she's not without her interest in the local mature males. Male Zentaur do not need to establish territory. They often do defend regions with ample game and don't share with other males, but it's generally a more flexible arrangement than female territory. After all, males are the ones who wander to find mates hundreds of miles from their territory. If they want to mate, they can't be too territorial. However, the mating season has passed. Most males worth flirting with have long since returned home. Aratu is a local male. He was born in the coastal forests to the north, but has come to the gardens to grow, same as Tenera and Shiraxa. His dark skin and coloration is not a case of melanism, just a fairly common trait in northern Zentaur. While Zentaur are generally recognized as a single species, in no small part because both sexes, and males especially, disperse quite far, ranging from equatorial to temperate climates, contribute to a considerable variation in their appearance. Northern Zentaur, for example, tend to have fairly sparse feathers, sometimes to the point of effective absence, and are often darker to compensate for having less feathers to shade their backs from the sun. Aratu has a healthy coat of feathers, but it's fairly localized to his upper body. A year older than Shiraxa, he's been periodically dancing for her for several years now. He's still a bit young to be a viable mate, but he's at least old enough to take her interest now. Zentaur normally only have a few weeks of courtship, but this years-long crush isn't uncommon amongst younger individuals. If nothing else, it affords good practice for both of them to refine the steps and notes of future courtship. Tenera ignores this flirtation, instead focusing on her hunt. This aim carries her further and further from Shiraxa. With the abundance of the wet season and a lot of game enjoying the boom in foliage, there's still plenty for her to hunt now. In the south, Buu also enjoys this time of plenty. Seasons here in the southern steppes are fairly mild. Yes, the fields and forests only get a fraction of the rains his sister enjoys up north, but the dry season still has plenty of grass and spring-fed rivers. His favorite prey is moose. These deer are very abundant in the forests within the river valleys flanking the vast pasture. Boar and red stags are becoming increasingly difficult to catch as he gets bigger. He has good luck out on the steppes. Caribou are too fast and often not worth the effort, but he can match horses for speed, and Bérafont and rhinos are generally reliable targets as well now that he matches their weight. Large male Bérafont are generally too large, but he's gotten quite good at approaching downwind and striking at a calf or cow, then retreating before the bull can retaliate. Overall, he has free range over the staggering abundance of potential game. The other predators with whom he competes are either seasonal, like the occasional titangrowth, omnivorous, like the bear sloth, or far too small to be considered competition. The largest lions are, at 600 kilos, something he could still be slain by in an ambush, but for the past few years, even his slumber has been secure. Tonbrou is by his side. This enormous Zentaur has only mated once in the past 3 years. Buu remained when he made the trek north, from which Tonbrou returned about 5 months ago. This journey was extremely taxing, and he was emaciated upon return. Scavenging Buu's kills these past few months has nursed him back to a healthy weight, but he will never again attempt the crossing. Tonbrou is now almost 50 years old. For his species, he's venerable. Most Zentaurs slow down in their late 30s or early 40s. Unlike Steraconican megaraptorans, which grow slow and can often live well into their 60s, robust monarchs average far shorter lifespans. Decades of punishment grappling large game catches up to them all. Arthritis assaults the joints. Old injuries take their toll. Eventually, slowing down leads to slipping up. Then they must turn to scavenging. They lack the speed to catch small game, and large game are increasingly too dangerous. If they aren't killed in a hunt, they fall to starvation or a competing Zentaur. Tonbrou has been spared these fates by his friendship with Buu. The pair have a fairly rare arrangement. Most mature males would have chased Buu away just as he hit puberty, but Tonbrou is slowing down just as Buu is speeding up. Buu likes company, so hasn't struck out on his own. That means the two continue to amiably cohabitate. Even with arthritis setting into a few joints of his right leg and left hand, Tonbrou is still able to hunt mammoths and Paleoloxodon now and then, which of course gives both him and Buu plenty to eat on these occasions. But the old man is only able to make a kill once every few weeks. Buu now brings in a vast majority of their meals. One late spring morning, Tonbrou strikes out to hunt mammoth. Buu accompanies him. Normally, Buu merely observes these hunts. He's learned a lot by observation. A few times he has made an attempt, but so far he has not managed a takedown of any mammoth. The mammoth herd is 10 miles from the normal territory. Hunting such large game often means that our pair have to travel far. It's often best to march inland for these hunts, as it means the scent of their territory isn't as overt. Now, Tonbrou leads them toward the herd from downwind. There are enough tree stands they are afforded a bit of cover. This is an especially massive herd of cows and calves, nearly 300 strong. Large herds like this are transient, migrating to keep on fresh pastures. Resident herds that Buu and Tonbrou often hunt are much smaller. This is an opportunity to hunt mammoths that aren't as used to Zentaur. However, they are connected to the infrasonic social network of mammoths, who communicate over many kilometers, where predators and resources are located. They know that there's danger here. A resident bachelor herd has even gathered to help escort them. However, they're keeping watch toward where the Zentaur usually are, not this far southwest. Tonbrou and Buu lie in wait in a stand of trees. The herd begins their march. Mammoth cows generally weigh between 3 and 5 tons. Bulls range between 5 and 7. An especially large bull, a tusker in his 60s, weighs in at 9 tons, not far from Tonbrou. He is the leader of this bachelor herd and especially vigilant. He doesn't see or smell our Zentaur, but he knows the danger of trees and is keeping an eye on them all the same. The matriarch of the herd, its leader, is in regular correspondence with him to ensure the flank is covered. The tusker even stops not far from our pair of Zentaur, standing watch as the herd moves past. Tonbrou has faced this old bull before. He is cautious. Perhaps he wants to wait until this tusker isn't so close. Buu comes to a different conclusion. Move away from the tusker. He jogs down the forest toward the rear of the herd. There's a pair of bulls here, but they're both younger, 5 tons each. More than twice his size, but he's much faster and more nimble. He seems to conclude he has a chance. Just as he's about to charge, chorus and commotion ahead draw the attention of the herd. Tonbrou is charging the tusker. The 2 younger bulls rush to his defense. This leaves an opening in the ranks for the cows further north, but Buu instead rushes after the bulls. The cows might be a bit smaller, but he's seen cows coordinate and drive off even Tonbrew twice their size. After all, the largest cows aren't much smaller than these bulls, so perhaps the decision he's making is warranted. Also, the two bulls are entirely focused on supporting their mentor. They don't see the 2-ton theropods sprinting close to close the distance behind them. Instead, before they've even detected him, despite the warnings of the herd behind them, he lunges up and bites the back of the mammoth's neck. Buu quickly hoists himself up and embraces over the shoulder, punching his claws into the mammoth's neck. He's not quite big enough to reach the windpipe in this position, but it's still a painful injury. The mammoth screams, turning about and trying to throw him. His other companion turns to offer support to his fellow young bull instead of the old tusker. Buu kicks forward, scratching the mammoth's leg with his long foot claws. These claws are worn to blunt hooves given how much Buu runs, but it's still painful and the force behind them is substantial. After several kicks, the mammoth loses its stability and Buu lurches to the left. He takes the proboscidean to the ground. Thankfully, the fall was such that the other mammoth is now on the other side of his companion as Buu. Buu withdraws his claws and retreats as the mammoth rounds about, roaring at the young theropod. At first, it seemed another failed attempt by Buu. Tonbrew also falls back. Though the old mammoth's tusks are impressive, they're not particularly effective weapons. Intimidating to be sure, but it's the great mass of this mammoth that worries Tonbrew, and he decides it's presently not worth the risk. Not with all the mammoths around them. The two theropods retreat to the forest with seemingly nothing to show for their assault. However, by luck, Buu managed to cut a major artery in the neck of his opponent with his claw. Not the efficient windpipe execution he's seen Tonbrew perform, now over 100 times, but the blood loss is significant enough that the mammoth is only able to stand with great assistance, and soon he collapses. It may not be a first kill to take any great lessons from, but it's the beginning of what will one day become Buu's specialization, and a key in achieving the size and might of his mentor. We are now well into the dry season. Our twins have each grown nearly 1 meter and a ton in these times of plenty. For the herbivores, the good times have passed, and up in the Titan gardens, tensions are high. Large thescelosaurs, titans, and big mammals have come here after bulking up in the basin to the south, so there's a lot of mouths to feed, and not a lot to go around. For the carnivores, this competition means opportunity. Shiraxa and Tenera have joined a few other young adult Zentaur, 7 in total. These social hunts are rare, but so many big animals in the area means that it's often worth some cooperation. This is hardly what one might call a pack, just a bunch of predators mobbing the same prey. Indeed, it is often only 1 or 2 Zentaur actually putting in the killing effort. Aratu, Shiraxa's companion, is at the front of this congregation. Like Buu favoring moose because he grew up targeting deer, Aratu grew up with a preference for common drake and now sets his sights on a group of kotar. Normally, Shiraxa and Tenera would never dare approach such dangerous game. Shiraxa much prefers kasktar, which lack sharp plates on their tails and the size of male kotar. However, Aratu approaches from downwind with confidence that inspires the rest to follow. Before he can advance upon one of the cows, an intruder bellows from further upwind. Cresting over the hill is a massive sloth, a hukulgor. The sloth is 10 tons. Not the largest boar of his kind, but still larger than the 8-ton thescelosaur that charges him. Kotar drakes are not intelligent. Indeed, they are among Kaimere's least intelligent dinosaurs, even surpassed in some respects by the sauropods and ankylosaurs. Even so, the book Kotor seems to remember that sloths are dangerous. While they generally leave adults alone, myelodont sloths sometimes kill and eat young thescelosaurs. Then again, perhaps this is just an ornery animal reacting to another large presence near his herd. At his approach, the sloth stands on its columnar hind legs. The Kotor opens its jaws. While it may lack the gripping and tearing teeth of a Zentaur, this herbivore still has a formidable beak, not to mention many claws and spurs on its forearms to employ after a bite. Before this bite can land, however, the sloth catches his opponent with a smack of his own clawed hand. Sloths may not be quick, but their slow twitch muscles pack astonishing strength. He's not able to time the slap so claws maximize the damage, but his buffet still knocks the drake off course. The sloth and drake engage in a grapple. The sloth's superior height is an advantage, and it scores numerous scraping bites with its long tusks. The thescelosaur, in turn, bites several places. Worst is when it presses its chest against the sloth, and the two wrestle in an embrace. The Kotor manages to drag its spurs and clawed hands along the sloth's chest and belly. Hukogor have thick, flexible skin on their torsos to repel this sort of attack from other sloths. It's a shockingly bloody fight, but thankfully for both combatants, neither is actually armed well to kill. Their respective injuries are no doubt very painful, but neither scores anything close to a lethal blow. Once they've both established their respective might, the pair back away from one another, breathing heavy in exhaustion. While they dueled, Aratu snuck around and executed a 2-ton subadult member of the herd. It was only when the other Zentaur converged to aid that the herd of Kotor noticed. The Kotor bull leaves his opponent and charges the Zentaur. He's slow and tired even at full charge, giving Aratu time to take the young Kotor in his arms and retreat with the carcass to the woods. A few days later, we find this cohort of Zentaur trailing the Hukogor. The mighty sloth is unwell. Several of his injuries took infection. Nothing his formidable immune system can't eventually shrug off, but for the moment, he's in a vulnerable state. He's lounging in a river to keep cool. The Zentaur approach from downwind. However, since the Hukogor is facing that direction, he spots them before they can get too close. The sloth stands tall, spreading his arms in an imposing display. The Zentaur close in. Aratu steps into the water up to his ankles. It's 2 meters at its deepest where the Hukogor is lounging, and Aratu is likely hoping the sloth will come to him a bit further out. However, the sloth remains. He's no tactician, but he knows Zentaur are generally wary of deeper water. He, on the other hand, is surprisingly proficient in this setting. He can hold his breath much longer and keep stable. If Aratu comes to him now, it will likely not go well for the Zentaur. The sloth bellows out to our Zentaur. Aratu and Sharaxa meet his vocal challenge. Eventually, the excitement wanes, and the theropods sit along the southern banks whence they came. Several hours of this stalemate go by. The north shore is a fairly steep incline. The river is more shallow both up and downstream. The sloth can either meet the predators where it grows shallow, face them on shore, or continue to wait in the center of this much deeper stretch. It quickly becomes evident that he is quite comfortable with the latter. At his size, he has plenty of reserves. Yes, he should eat, and it will help regain his strength, but he can go days without eating if he must. Aratu and the rest aren't prepared to do so. Also, he sees much better at night than Zentaur, and indeed, that's when he does most of his foraging. He seems perfectly content to wait them out. As the afternoon carries on, several members of the cohort wander off. Soon, it is just Tenera, Charaxa, and Aratu. As night approaches, Tenera also gives up. The other two remain, but she meanders off west, where she knows Trocatul often congregate in the lake a few kilometers downstream. However, she's not yet out of sight when she spots an enormous silhouette of a giant watching her sister and Aratu. Heshekrata, the great queen of these lands, must have smelled the injured sloth from down by the lake. Her territory is quite far off. Perhaps there is not much game by her valley, forcing her to wander. Then again, Tenera notices it's not the sloth the giant Zentaur is looking at. It's Charaxa. Zentaur do not generally kill others of their kind. It happens, of course. Anytime there's a violent confrontation, things can get ugly. However, there's also a lot of competition in this garden. Having adult Zentaur patrolling the territory of other adults isn't ideal. Well and good when it's potential mates passing through, but Charaxa is an adult without a territory, taking from the resident queens. Zentaur don't usually look to kill, but this simply will not stand. This hunt is not for prey. It is to eliminate competition. Tenera lets out a shrill warning cry. It's driven by fear, but possibly alarm. Heshekrata turns her ire toward Tenera. Though Tenera is now 3 tons, large enough that she's not well able to flee well in the dense vegetation here near the river. She backs up into the water as the giant approaches. Heshekrata is almost 15 tons, even at her leanest seasonal weight. Her size is such that the foliage bends and breaks to her advance. Chimeir takes off upriver just as the enormous queen erupts through the foliage. While Tenera is much more agile, Heshekrata is surprisingly quick despite looking ponderous. Each of her strides covers a lot of ground. The sloth and Aratu both flee at their approach, the Hukogor upriver, and Aratu into the woods. Charaxa, on the other hand, flexes her coat and rushes to her sister's aid. Tenera races past her sister, carrying on after Aratu into the woods. With Heshekrata almost at her tail, there's barely a moment before Heshekrata and Charaxa meet. Thankfully, the audacity of Charaxa seems to buy a stall from the Great Queen's charge. She slows, glaring down. Charaxa weighs 7 tons, just under half of her opponent's mass. Yet she stands, snarling and snapping furiously. For all her ferocity, the match looks hopeless. This is precisely what Heshekrata wanted, for a chance to eliminate a competing nomad. Rather than having to chase, Charaxa has come to her. Charaxa steps back, evading the first bite, but the Great Queen presses the attack. Her next strike is true, catching Charaxa's upper jaw. Thankfully, it's just the edge of the Queen's maw, and her fangs haven't had a chance to penetrate. Even this nip of sorts is strong enough that Heshekrata is able to shake and turn Charaxa about. If the Queen can get a better bite, she may not even need to employ her arms, as her jaws pack sufficient strength to... Aratu sprints from the forest. He lands hard with his chest against her side, turning his head and biting the back of Heshekrata. He sinks both clawed hands into the meat of her side. Though he fails to make purchase due to her movement, his claws do score several painful lacerations. Just as Heshekrata turns to bite him, Charaxa snaps at the queen's lower jaw. It doesn't keep hold, but it slows the bite such that Aratu can back away. When Heshekrata turns back on Charaxa, Aratu nips her arm. This teamwork carries on for several exchanges, and Heshekrata is unable to score a meaningful blow to either opponent. Perhaps inspired by this turning of the tides, Tenera also rushes in, biting the bulging lump of muscle connecting leg to tail. Aratu bites the queen's jowls, pulling her head down. Rather than pull away, Heshekrata turns her head and bites down at the top of his. Finally, she has scored a good hit. As her jaws clench, he releases his bite, slashing and clawing at her face with his left hand. She cudgels with her right, driving both claws to the base of his neck. As Aratu desperately kicks at Heshekrata, the queen repositions her jaws so her next bite engulfs the top of his head, a fang penetrating his eye. Rather than see it through, Heshekrata disengages and turns on Charaxa, just as the young Zentaur bites the back of her neck. Heshekrata bites down toward Charaxa's leg. One claw is still embedded in Aratu's neck, so she doesn't manage to make contact, but it's enough that Charaxa hops back. Once she finally manages to withdraw her claw, Aratu slumps into the water. He's struggling and keeping his head above the surface, but he's out of the fight. Charaxa stands down, falling back to shore. Tenera bites once more at the base of Heshekrata's tail, distracting the queen long enough for Charaxa to put further distance between herself and Heshekrata. For a moment, stillness takes over the river. Charaxa is now 12 meters away, avoiding eye contact with the queen. Tenera has fully retreated to shore, and Aratu is gasping for air at Heshekrata's feet. The queen is breathing slow. This is certainly not the fight she was anticipating. She does not attempt to meet Charaxa's gaze. Aratu begins to take in water as he's gasping for breath. He's lost a lot of blood from the claws in his neck, and it's getting harder and harder to hold his head up above the surface. His struggles seem to break the stalemate, and Heshekrata plants a massive foot on his chest. She then bites down on the muscles of his leg and tail, securing a hold with her fangs and tearing the muscle out. She then glares at Charaxa, who quickly retreats. To the south, winter has set in. The changes in the seasons aren't as drastic here. Generally speaking, there's not a whole lot of seasonal migration, just grazers moving about so as not to deplete a given region. Large herds, like mammoths and bison especially, have to move more often in winter, as the grass doesn't recover as quickly in these months. The seasons don't bring with them dramatic swings in temperature. Badu still hunts a lot of moose and Barafont, but mammoths are increasingly common for him to target. Normally, wind blows south here if it blows at all. Much of this habitat is along the 30-degree latitude, a convergence of the Hadley and Farrell circulation cells. A high-pressure zone that generally has minimal winds, hence this latitude being called some variation of the dead winds in the language of Chimeirans. When a storm does come, it's usually in the form of whatever deflated remains of a hurricane was able to make it over the mountains, typically manifesting as a mild rain. However, weather is not restricted to rigid patterns, and sometimes the wind changes course, either from altering pressures or temperatures. As many animals are, Tonbru is aware of these changes and what they mean after having spent so much time here in the south, and has taken Baru deeper inland into the forest. This evening, a warm front passing from the west shifted air pressure, drawing in a storm from the south and bringing to these shores a fairly rare phenomenon: a snowstorm. Overnight, 1/2 meter of snow fell onto their territory, and more falls throughout the morning. In total, 130 centimeters of snow covers the landscape as Buu and Tonbrou get up to hunt. Buu is cautious, but Tonbrou seems excited. The old Zentaur jogs through the trees. He buries his face in it, biting at snowbanks and kicking about. Buu follows, taking wary steps through this strange, cold substance. Perhaps out of insecurity in this new phenomenon, Buu stays very close to his mentor. Even stranger is when Tonbrou makes his way out to the pastures and uphill. Once at the top of a fairly mild slope, he hunkers down onto his belly and slides forward. It requires a bit of aid of kicks and turns, and eventually he rolls over onto his back. Tonbrou's first winter here in the south, a similar storm passed through. He and his two brothers discovered this form of play. He can't glide across the packed snow like he used to, but still finds joy in the attempt all the same. Buu eventually joins him. Together they spend the rest of the afternoon shoving their way through snow and gliding down hills. It is the end of the wet season, a year later. Tenera has not seen Charaxa for several weeks. She hunts and has lived alone. Normally, she hunted alone before, but she could eat better with Charaxa since they each balanced out one another's success. Now, she only eats when she makes a kill. This wet season was impoverished. She had to travel far to find good food. However, she still makes ends meet, just hasn't grown as much as perhaps she should. Charaxa's absence has been for good reason. She has noticed an opportunity. In one of the valleys feeding into the gardens, the dominant female Jadosa has been weakened by an infection. While hunting Kotar, she received a hard injury to her jaws and neck. She hasn't eaten a full meal in weeks, and has not laid eggs this year as a consequence. Charaxa has positioned herself at the mouth of this valley. She's been marking the borders of this resident's territory. This is not a challenge to the resident so much as a warning to other females who might hope to challenge her claim. Charaxa is 18.5 years old. Waiting, rather than trying to establish a territory earlier, has proven worthwhile. She has been eating well, and weighs just under 8 tons. Over a ton lighter than the pale-feathered rival she's preparing to challenge, but their respective situations have changed the convention of mass being an overwhelming factor in Zentaur dominance. Finally, after a few weeks of waiting, Charaxa makes her move. She advances into the valley, bellowing out and dancing along the river. The old queen rises to meet the challenge. Normally, Zentaur settle their differences with display. That's how Jadosa has sent off hundreds of challengers since claiming this territory. Sometimes it comes to blows. In these instances, she's won dozens of battles, both in territory and generally throughout her 36 years. Even with her wounds, she has experience and size in her favor, and isn't about to bow out now. Perhaps unusual for a Zentaur, she doesn't beat the dance. Perhaps in her eyes, there's no point. Charaxa knows she's injured. A dance proves nothing. The old queen simply advances, eyes locked on Charaxa's throat. Though Charaxa initiates another dance and song, she seems to quickly understand that Jadosa has elected to skip the formalities. Works for her. Charaxa rushes to meet the challenge. It might be wise to evade the first clash as her opponent now marching downhill has momentum on her side, but these are tactics beyond the comprehension of a Zentaur's mind. Instead, Charaxa goes to bite Jadosa's snout and initiate a grapple. Rather than abide this convention, Jadosa lowers her head. Charaxa scores a bite to the top of her opponent's snout, but this is where Zentaur are most heavily armored, and the larger Zentaur's momentum continues, Shiraxa fails to gain purchase. Instead, she is all but shoved aside as the twist of Jadosa's head dislodges her loose bite, and the Quee's jaws clamp onto Shiraxa's throat. Shiraxa cries out as the queen pulls back, dragging her along the dry riverbed. One of Jadosa's fangs has pierced deep. As she jerks back, her front teeth shred the skin anchoring Shiraxa's brilliant white ruff. Unfortunately for the queen, her jaw strength is compromised by her injury. She struggles to clamp down with sufficient force to crush her opponent's windpipe. A swift finish is what she needed, and with this failure, the tides suddenly turn. Shiraxa is now well positioned to strike with her hands. Face biting is the reflex for good reason. It's a good test of reaction and strength while minimizing potentially lethal encounters. Twice, Shiraxa slaps her hand against Jadosa's injured neck. The queen refuses to let go, tearing a long wound with her right fang. Shiraxa's third slap ends the grip of her jaws, piercing deep where jaw meets throat. This finally loosens the bite of her opponent. As Shiraxa dislodges her claws, she feels the bite fail. Her next slap sends Jadosa off her entirely. The old queen keeps her footing, but Shiraxa bites down, pushing her to the ground. Jadosa shakes her off before she can get a secure bite, and backs away. In their clash, Shiraxa now ended up with a high ground. Now, Jadosa flexes her feathers, spreads her arms, and stands tall. However, this is not in challenge. She is not looking toward Shiraxa, indeed staring down and aside. She takes a step back. She's conceding, but merely running could incite a chase. Shiraxa also avoids eye contact. She's letting her go. There's no triumphant roar. Indeed, one could be forgiven for thinking this was inconsequential, as the two are adamantly avoiding looking at one another. Once Jadosa has fallen back several paces, her feathers relax. She turns and retreats downriver. It is too late in the season for Shiraxa to attract a mate and nest, but now she has time to become familiar with this new territory. Her territory. Change comes to the south as well. As Buu has grown, now weighing 5 tons, Buu has gotten fairly lean, now weighing 9 tons compared to the 10 he was when he and Buu met. A stranger has come to Buu and Buu's territory. This is Odaparu. At 19 years old, he's a mature male near his prime, having just made the journey across the mountain pass to the east. There wasn't much game, so he followed the scent of his own kind here. He has lingered near the pair for several days, assessing local game and evaluating the competition. At 7.5 tons, he's sufficiently smaller than Buu that he's hesitant to attack the old bull directly. However, like Shiraxa, he senses weakness in the larger rival, and seems to think it's worth remaining. This is a bountiful region. Lots of mammoths in the grasslands and elephants in the nearby forests. Plenty of Baraphont between. While he may be wary of Buu, he has no such reservations for Buu. Buu may be big for his age, and not much smaller than Odaparu in terms of linear dimensions. He still has the fairly narrow juvenile frame and is quite gangly. When the older, robust male approached him after Buu made a kill, Buu quickly stands down. Odaparu does not have much experience killing mammoths. He's not a veteran of the south, he just came here after another male used the same pass then went east. However, he is a veteran of stealing kills from younger Zentaur. There aren't females around driving his aggression, so attacking Buu isn't worth the effort. After all, Why kill what could become an avenue for plenty of easy meals? Tonbru approaches from the edge of the forest. He's larger than Odaparu, though his movement is stiff, measured. He growls, but it's more of a tired grumble than anything particularly intimidating. Odaparu knows he's not up for two opponents. He falls back as Tonbru closes in. This plays out twice more in the coming days. Baru makes a kill, Odaparu displaces him, then Tonbru sees the intruder off. Finally, young Baru seems to decide he's done being pushed around. He snaps and hisses, but the bigger male ignores him, instead indulging in the choice portions of Baru's kill. It's only when Baru bites the tip of his feathered tail that Odaparu actually takes effort against the young male. Baru's lighter frame affords him far greater speed to retreat, but that only briefly irritates Odaparu before he returns to his feast. Twice more Baru harasses him, but Odaparu ignores him. Tonbru doesn't come this time, and Odaparu settles down by the carcass, so Baru will get no shares, rather than the third place he's taken the past few days. When he makes his next kill a few days later, Odaparu is waiting in a nearby tree stand and approaches before the mammoth has even stopped breathing. As he approaches, Baru charges the larger male. Right away, they clash. Odaparu meets his face bite, and the two tussle and shove. Odaparu's vastly superior strength affords clear and quick advantage. He snaps onto Baru's upper jaw, his fang piercing deep and scraping down the bone on his left maxillary pad. He then bites again, this time getting a firm hold. A roar behind that makes Odaparu shake and release his younger opponent. He rounds on Tonbru as the older male bellows his challenge. Odaparu is not looking for a fight, just an easy meal to recover from his long journey over the mountains. He tries to back away, but he finds himself trapped between two opponents and a mammoth carcass. Though he tries to race between Baru and the dead mammoth, our young megaraptoran bites the neck of his foe, his rage at this thief driving both fangs into Odaparu's neck, and his right claws pierce the base of his throat. Again, the greater strength of Odaparu prevails. This time, when he rounds on Baru, it is with lethal intent. He shoves his way out of the younger male's bite, then as Baru turns right to flee, the larger male secures a hold of his own on Baru's side, his left fang piercing into his back. His right hand slashes along Baru's thighs. These injuries aren't deep, but prompt a terrified cry all the same. Baru is trying to flee, but he's gotten the fight he wanted, and it's too late to retreat now. In this focused retaliation, it seems Odaparu forgot about the other Zentaur. Tonbru bites down on the back of Odaparu's neck. As he pulls back, he slams both clawed hands into Odaparu's side. Odaparu releases his hold on Baru and shoves back. Now, it is he who is at a disadvantage for mass and is unable to push his way free. Tonbru's left hand has such arthritis that it's little more than a cudgel, but his great hooks of his right hand are able to pierce, and one slides between his enemy's ribs, punching through hide, muscle, and into organs. The finger then clenches, tearing further. All the while, Tonbru is shaking his head, letting his teeth rend flesh and feather. His opponent frees his neck, sustaining terrible injury in the process. Odaparu may be grappled, but he's not helpless. He manages to turn enough that he can bite, and his jaws clamp down on Tonbru's ankle. Rather than fall, Tonbru disengages. Odaparu staggers back, putting distance between himself and the old bull. Tonbru is limping, but the great bird keeps his gaze fixed on the thief. Baru has also collected himself, hissing low at Odaparu. After a few steps back, Odaparu turns and marches south. Tonbru's ankle isn't broken, but a severe fracture runs along his central metatarsal. Both claw-bearing fingers of his good hand are broken from the swift and twisting disengagement. He eases to sit. Baru's injuries look more severe, but they are thankfully superficial. Baru waits for Tonbru to feed, but the old male remains seated. Finally, Baru stands and enjoys the choice portions. He again looks back at Tonbru. If the old male is hungry, he doesn't show it. As Baru is injured and feeling vulnerable, he's wary to sit too close to Tonbru, but they do sleep only a few meters apart. At some point in the night, Tonbru does slump down to fully rest on his side, which Baru leans into for comfort. With a rising sun, Baru awakens. Tonbru does not. He did not perish just from his injuries. None were severe enough to end the old veteran if he were in good condition. Perhaps his health and age were merely at a point where anything might be his undoing. The exertion of the fight may have been all he could handle. Baru remains by his side for the rest of the day. The combined carcass of Mammoth and Zentaur have drawn a bit of a scavenger audience, but not as much as one might expect. As the winds shift, Baru smells a possible explanation. He smells another dead Zentaur not far south. If he were to stand, he could likely see the corpse of Odaparu a few kilometers away. Unlike Tonbru, this bull did sustain lethal injury. Not only did Baru's claws pierce his liver, Baru's claw penetrated his throat, and the back of his neck was torn open and severely shaken. These combined injuries and shock appear to have taken their toll. He was helpless as hyenas, bobcats, and lions descended upon him in the night, all furiously taking their shots at the broken dragon from the north until he finally breathed his last. The shifting winds that enable this scent to be brought up the steps to Baru is prelude to strange weather. Another snowstorm. This is not as substantial as Baru's first snow. This time it's barely enough to stick, though it does come through fast. Soon, a white powder covers the grassland. Baru feeds again on the now cold carcass of the mammoth. Once he's had his fill, he turns west and starts walking. A far more bountiful wet season comes to a close. Tenera has made up much of her deficit, now weighing 5 tons. She's 11.5 meters long, same length her mother reached at skeletal maturity. She hears the bellow of titans. Tenera is, like many other predators, drawn to their songs. All the killers who live near titans know that a brawl like this often ends with opportunity of the opponent slain. An opportunity like this can feed everyone for weeks. Eventually, after 3 days of song, Shah Kanaru arrives at the base of the hill. The resident bull is waiting for him. Both have already had time to inflate their sacks along their necks and faces, resembling a formidable hood. There is only a brief visual intimidation. Shah Kanaru notes that the left side of his rival's hood is barely inflated. His auditory assessment that this bull had some sort of sinus infection seems to be justified. Perhaps the result of an injury with another bull during this mating season. Shah Kanaru bellows, adding the deflation of his hood to the dissonant choir, as it seems 100 eldritch voices contribute to this horrid scream. His rival echoes the call, but he starts later and ends sooner on account of his limited reserves. Flush with confidence, Shakanaru advances. The pair circle one another. They assess each other's strides. Because keratoderms are so lightly built, they can move with surprising deftness. Shakanaru is especially light on his feet. The osteoderms of his hip, neck, and tail are all sharp and healthy. His rival's old enough that most of his are worn or subdermal. Blood rushes to their necks and faces. They can see in the ultraviolet spectrum, so are able to detect more of a colorful display than we might discern. We also cannot hear most of the sounds they make, as they're too deep for our ears to hear, but to them, this conversation seems to increase Shakanaru's certainty. Finally, when it's clear the older male isn't just gonna back down, Shakanaru decides it's time for battle. There's even a skip in his step as he closes the distance. Shakanaru's opponent rears up on his hindquarters. Our keratoderm obliges the request, even building up enough momentum to rise up and take a few steps on his back legs before the collision. Right away, the superior mass of his opponent proves its worth. He doesn't budge. Indeed, he presses forward, pushing our bull back a step. The dominant bull strikes forward, beating Shakanaru with his forearm. He's missing a thumb claw on his right arm, having left it in the side of a rival, but his arm still acts as a morning star, bristling with ample studded spikes of horn. Shakanaru bites at the throat of his taller opponent, but this thick elastic hide is adapted to take such punishment, aided by several decades of scarring. Shakanaru has greater athletic capabilities and keeps his footing as he turns aside. He catches a swing of his opponent's arm to the back of the neck before the older bull lands in a crouch. He may have an infection, but he's proving he didn't keep the cows around on false promises. As the bull continues forward, he kicks a leg back, flexing his tail muscles and swinging his horn-studded tail at Shakanaru's right flank as the younger bull turns about. Their tail weaponry may not be specialized as a Majinuk's for damage, but the impact is still painful and will leave a horrid bruise. Shakanaru rushes back into the brawl. He has closed the distance before his rival has the chance to stand, and Shakanaru rears up. His left arm lands hard on the back of his opponent's neck at the base, preventing him from standing further. Then he bites at his rival's face before striking the base of his throat with his right arm. Rather than lean into this attack and try to reposition the grapple so he could rear up as well, the rival turns left, perhaps trying to disengage. This angle means Shakanaru can no longer strike with his right arm. To make matters worse, the larger rival tries to kick his foot forward. The long claws flex out, just barely missing Shakanaru's thick tail muscle. His next kick grazes, leaving a pair of shallow cuts. In response, Shakanaru lifts his own leg up and kicks hard. His claws punch deep into his rival's leg where it meets his belly. This skin is thinner than most Titan hide to allow the leg a bit of mobility. Once Shakanaru's claws are in, he leans into the wound, letting his claws rake a pair of deep gashes. The resident bull cries out in pain. Shakanaru's clawed foot is dislodged, and he leans into his opponent. The larger bull steps back, managing to evade the next kick. Once they continue a few paces, Shakanaru dismounts, stepping back once it's clear even with his victory. He's not one to such a degree that he can kill his foe here and now. The bull is beaten. For Shakanaru, that's enough. For those gathered who hope to have a tremendous meal right before their own nesting season, Shakanaru letting his opponent live is disappointing. However, before he gets far, one of those hopeful carnivores decides to take matters into her own hands. Heshekrata advances as the Titan makes his way through the forest. She comes in from the right. As he sees her, he tries to turn and present his tail, but his injury slows him enough that she is able to quickly close the space between. She's watched him close. She knows where he is weak. Her first bite is to the muscles connecting leg to tail. After securing a strong bite, she twists her head, managing to strain where the muscle connects to the leg. A few more bites later and she's crippled him, though he manages to still stand. She then circles around, making sure to give his tail a wide berth. It could still strike to the left with considerable force. She then digs into the muscle of his left leg, forcing him to ground. Rather than finish him, she begins to open his torso, digging for the liver. Once she finishes her prize and a lot of meat in her arms, Heshekrata leaves for her territory and the eggs she will soon lay. Tenera and the rest converge upon this bounty as he slowly perishes in the garden he once ruled. Down south, Buu has been alone for a year. He is over 1,000 miles west of where he and Tonbru spent years past. Though his spirits are low in this solitude, having only his mouth to feed has done wonders for his growth. He weighs 6 tons and boasts a length of almost 13 meters, being well on his way to an enormous, fully mature adult form. Here in the West, there's generally the same game, with a few differences. It's even more arid here, with only a few scattered forests. Drenduga are quite rare, but mammoths are very abundant. They have become his staple. Wind now periodically comes from the west, perhaps driving him ever in that direction due to the scent of his favored prey and not wanting to alert them to his presence. He's gotten exceptional at the approach and execution. There's also Barafont, but he's now large and slowed enough that they can often evade him if he fails the initial ambush. Yes, he can often chase them to exhaustion, but it often comes at a frustration of many missed lunges before they're finally worn down. Other game like caribou, horses, and rose elk are still abundant, but at this age, catching them is a lot of work with little reward. Grappling mammoths is, at this point, simply easier. As the dry season sets in, even mammoths become scarce. He continues west for a time, but eventually circles back. There's no game here save a few camels. Large enough to be a meal, but they are far too fast to catch and there's no cover here for an ambush. Buu resigns himself to this direction being a failure and sets his sights back east. Tenera has just turned 17 and a half. She's reached the plateau of her growth and her skeletal maturity of 12 meters. She's claimed 6 tons to her seasonal peak weight. It is the end of the wet season. If she is to brood and nest this year, she needs to find a mate soon. Thankfully, she already has a territory. She's been in this holler for a few months now. It's a tributary to the same river passing through Shirax's valley and empties right at its base, likely how she was able to establish a territory so close to the gardens. The hills around them here don't connect to the highlands, merely a series of wrinkles in the garden crust, but afford natural defenses for them to reliably defend. Shiraxa has already bonded with a mate. At 9 tons and 13 meters, she's grown into a dominant female of her own right. He has remained with her for several weeks now. Tenera calls out at the base of her own holler. After several days, she is approached by a young male with dark feathers. His scent is familiar. This is Hamatu, younger brother of Aratu. He and Tenera are of similar size and the same age. Perhaps because he smells familiar, she is quickly receptive to his song. Like his older brother, Hamatu is quite athletic in his dance steps. Soon, they begin to dance together. In the following days, Tenera lays her first clutch of eggs. 3 in total. Not bad for her first year. 4 years go by. Tenera has a fairly meager first few years, but by now she has several surviving chicks from each clutch. Having some of Shirax's young sometimes meander into her territory has helped protect her young from nest raiders, meaning that she's had better luck than most mothers her age. Though she and Shiraxa barely see each other, their territories do intersect and they occasionally even hunt together in times of plenty. They even share a mate 2 years prior. It's an unusual arrangement, but not unheard of. Tenera has just mated and laid her nest. Hamatu returned to her this year, sharing their second clutch together. He has just departed, heading east. Their bond was early in the mating season. She's had plenty to eat and takes her time brooding. This will be her largest clutch yet. 8 eggs once she has laid her last. Once she's finished, she wanders forth to find a meal. As she's out patrolling, she picks up a scent she has not smelled in 12 years. She follows the scent to an enormous male Zentaur looming over the carcass of a freshly killed olifant. This Zentaur is 13.5 meters long. At just over 10 tons, despite losing weight over a long journey over the mountains, he's almost a third again larger than Tenera. He's covered in scars, most notably a long cut along his snout that exposes his left fang. For a moment, he flexes a radiant coat of golden feathers and the fullest white ruff she's ever seen, though he calms when the wind shifts and carries her scent to him. Buu has made his first crossing north. He's come looking for a mate. He made the crossing east and has been meandering. Most females he's come across have already chosen a mate, and some like Tenera have already laid their eggs. This may not be his year, but he's still searching for a few days longer before he returns to what he now considers home in the southern steppes. The twins circle one another. Buu has already had his fill, so is not as defensive as he might be a few moments prior. They bob their heads high and low, flexing and shaking their feathers as they go. Tenera is the first to lean in. He bites her snout, but it's careful. She bites back, turning slightly. They then brush their sensitive maxillary pads together, emitting a low gurgle as they walk side by side. This reunion is brief. After another nudged exchanged, Buu carries on. He's not intentionally leaving her the carcass. He just needs to go find a potential mate soon, or he'll be out of luck for the year. However, this is still quite a gift to help her get back to full strength after laying her eggs. She enjoys a full meal, removes a leg, and returns to her holler. Buu wanders for another 2 days. He calls out in query, but doesn't hear any replies. Finally, just as he's preparing to leave the gardens, he hears a distant song. It takes him all afternoon to cross the gardens to the distant set of hills. He calls out to her a few times. He hears a masculine bellow as well. He won't be without competition. Though he's headed for the feminine song, it is one of the males he meets first. This is a northern male. At 12 meters and 6 tons, he's certainly an imposing predator, and since he's not made nearly as much of a treacherous journey, is at his prime weight. However, he deflates upon seeing Buu approach. He keeps his head low, and Buu walks past, barely acknowledging him. No sense in getting into a needless scrap. Instead, he saves his energy for a kill. He finds and brings down another olifant, this one a cow small enough that he can carry, and sets off toward his singer. Another kilometer ahead, he meets the siren at the base of her own holler. She matches his over 13-meter length and is a bit taller. She's lighter at 9 tons, but mostly that's because she's still a bit narrow. 2 years his junior, though this is her first year having claimed a territory. Surprising, perhaps, given her size, but she's just big for her age. This is Mirha, eldest surviving daughter of Heshek-Rata. Like her mother, Mirha is barely feathered. Perhaps this has put off some potential mates. Buu, however, doesn't seem to mind. He's not had the benefit of flirting companions in his youth. He instinctively knows a few steps and songs, but hasn't developed much complexity or identity. He sets down the 2-ton olifant between them, ruffles his feathers, and stands tall. She makes a few awkward steps of her own. She's still a bit gangly. They watch each other take a few steps here and there. Finally, his big finish is stepping back and nudging the olifant toward her. Rather than take any ceremonial bites, she digs in, freely indulging in the choice portions. After feeding, she leans forward. When he doesn't back away, she brushes her snout against his maxillary pad. They gently bite each other's snouts, then Mirha leads him into her holler. On his way back home a few weeks later, Buu passes near Tenera and Shirax's territories. He encounters his twin out hunting. They are both hungry now, and only briefly bump snouts before going their separate ways. It has been a perilous journey, and there are many dangers ahead, but our twins have each grown into a formidable monarch. Each one of the great rulers of Chimeir.